Good morning, everyone. March 5th. We'll start off with public comment. Anybody come here today to make a public comment?
Mr. DeVore is here for his interview for the planning commission.
That doesn't mean he couldn't also make a
Oh, yeah,
public
you're
comment
right.
if he wanted to,
Do you
but
have-
he doesn't have to.
Yeah.
All right. Anyone online?
Raise your hand if you would like to make a public comment. Nope.
All right. We'll close public comment and move on to the interview for the vacancy of the Clear Creek County Planning Commission. Mr. DeVore, if you would join us up here at the table. First of all, thank you so much for your interest.
Well, thank you.
Um,
Nice cushy seat. Wow.
Yeah,
That one.
we sit here a lot, so it's nice to have a comfortable spot. Please tell us a little bit about yourself, where you live, what your interest is in the planning commission, and we'll probably have a few questions for you.
Well, I've lived up York Gulch since 1983. And I came from Tabernash and for that, Florida. And I'm just very grateful to Clear Creek County. I've had a good life and I hope it's still just beginning. And I feel out of gratitude just to want to serve in any way possible. And this just kind of fell in my lap. I wasn't expecting to, I never thought that I'd be doing this, but I got a Facebook message that the planning commission job was open, and I thought, wow, that's cool. And I care, and I'm real curious as to what the vision is and what the main obstacle or obstacles are to fulfilling that vision. And I'm a problem solver. I'm very persistent. I get crazy ideas, smart and dumb, and I look forward to the opportunity to, balance and integrate and see what other people think, and see if there's a way to accomplish what people want to accomplish. So,
Now I looked, when I saw you, I thought, I've met this man before, and you and I met like 7 years ago. And
yeah,
you told me about your concrete block business and
Yeah.
out of cement blocks.
yeah, I'm still doing that, and I'm really curious as to I'd like to get that business really set up, and I'd like to know if there's any opportunity for it in Clear Creek County before I would commit to anywhere else. And I'm sure a lot of that depends upon what the vision is. And I tried reading the planning commission master thing. It was kind of subjective and not too many specifics in it. So, y'all have been at this for a good while, and I'm sure you have specific ideas. I'd like to know what they are, and I'd like to see if one more mind in the mix might be able to help anything.
Perfect.
Well, I appreciate the tone of this because I think it's appropriate for you to be interviewing us as well as us interviewing you. Maybe just a first question is, how has your time on the planning commission been? What are the things that have come up that you've been particularly interested in?
Well, I have no experience with the planning commission
Oh, this is not a reappointment. Okay.
whatsoever.
My apologies. Okay. Well, then I think what I'll say is, this board relies on the planning commission to sort of engage in early construction of ideas. And so I'm as interested in your vision of the future of land use in Clear Creek County, as you are in mine. And so I would ask you to share your vision. I think we're all aware that you have a brand of being interested in alternative construction styles, et cetera. So can you just share like sort of
Yeah.
what your vision is for land use up here?
It seems like that the I-70 frontage road is the easiest access, amazing visibility. And it seems affordable housing is a huge deal. But y'all know this a lot better than me as to what kind of population growth is suitable. That's one thing I have no idea.
What kinds of questions would you ask if you were trying to develop a philosophy on that?
Well, things have got to change. They've got to be very different. I think that the way things have been in the state of the world and the divisiveness that's out there, that people really need to come together. And in my mind, the best way for people to come together is to share in accomplishment. And I think that setting a precedent of having business and residents be contiguous and not having to drive and that football field, I don't know what's going to happen with that. I don't really know what's going on with the old high school. There's some movers and shakers going to do something, so they must be conforming to some kind of vision, which I don't know what it is. So yeah, I'm curious. I'm just curious. What is the demand for housing more people? What's the problem with homelessness? What's the problem with the desperation of people living in the woods and stuff? How important is it to give people something easy to do and accomplish together doing easy things? I've got lots of easy things people can do. So, it's, just plop down and try to get some orientation and see which way the compass ends up pointing.
Yeah, to put specifics to that, is there a specific type of development philosophy or, I mean, to begin with, to be clear, what the planning commission does generally is advise us on, give us their opinions on policy. And it's their opinion, it's an advisory opinion. Or the other thing they do is look on a case by case basis at development proposals and render an opinion on those, whether they should or should not be approved based on things like our existing master plan and their interpretation thereof. So how would you apply your philosophy, which has so far been presented in really, really general terms about getting along, getting together and making things easy? How would that specifically apply to something? What's your recommendation would you make on how we should build, what we should build, where we should build? What thoughts have you had about that? Or do you have any?
Well, I have thoughts for sure. And one thing that really shaped my vision was when I was in Pokhara, Nepal, and I came across this construction scene of old women to young kids. And women were hitting gravel rocks with a hammer, making gravel, and kids were running those rocks to teenagers mixing concrete, and other kids were running that concrete to men pouring into forms, and just this big beehive of activity. And I thought, holy cow, this is just incredible. And my specific vision sort of depends upon how innovative your all's appetites are. And I mean, specifically, what I would love to see happen would be just a little precast plan, and it wouldn't necessarily be little, produce this product with unskilled labor, prisoners, veterans, whatever, regular people, and have this kind of be a hub for affordable housing for here and west. And the good thing is that what I want to do, it's fireproof and it's very simple. And I volunteered for Habitat for Humanity, and people don't know what to do. It's about a complete waste of time framing and all that. No, the average person can't just walk on it and help with that. I have a system that's if you can pass blocks 101 in kindergarten, you're qualified to go right at it. And I mean, I didn't want this to be any kind of self-promotion, because I don't want to rise up or anything. I want to cooperate. I want to be equal with what other people think. But this is the culmination of my life pretty much. And if I could serve the county, if I could be an asset, if we could make an amazing thing happen. See, I don't know what the land availability is. That was my main curiosity for even applying to this. What land is available where to do what, and what's the infrastructure available for it, and how can we integrate things? How can we make them inexpensive and efficient? I'm an industrial engineer by education, and I like maximizing the coherence of things.
Yeah. One thing I would observe is I very much appreciate your focus on kind of a top-down vision approach. I would say my experience of the Planning Commission is much more bottoms-up, case-by-case analysis of a specific situation and evaluating the pros and cons of whether that project meets our criteria. It is something that would benefit the county. I also appreciate you recognizing that your business could have a potential conflict of interest, but I personally, knowing what the Planning Commission does, I don't really see that being likely to crop up at all. I don't think it's really a venue for promoting any type of low-cost construction. But anyway, we have a lot of things to talk about today, so I want to kind of close this conversation down. Definitely appreciate your interest. We'll let you have the last word. Do you have any other questions or thoughts for us?
Well, I'd be thrilled to submit a proposal, but I feel that I can't do that without knowing about the land use. Where can I propose to do what? And so that's what I really hope on learning. I hope to find specifics in the master plan thing, but what I came across so far hasn't shown me anything like that.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily, I mean, it is more of a high-level document, but the other thing I would observe is the type of projects that you're thinking about are much more likely to take place inside of one of the municipalities than anywhere in the unincorporated county.
Yeah.
And they have their own processes and their own philosophies and their own teams to deal with all those things.
Yeah, I think to join the planning commission with an eye towards learning enough about land use locally to be able to make your own vision and ideas about how to build work is, I would hope that people would be applying to the planning commission in order to do the work of the planning commission, which is to take those case by case bases rather than use it as a educational opportunity to learn how to come up with a proposal that you can get approved.
Yeah, well, it's not impossible. You could do both.
Yeah. I'm just saying that, just that observation.
Yeah.
But anyway, I have no more questions.
George, anything else?
No, I don't. Thank you for coming up and.
Yeah, appreciate it, Don.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
Nice to see you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Perfect. Trebet, are they online? The next candidate?
I think his first name's Mitchell. Said he was gonna come up here.
I do not see anybody by Mitchell or Trebek.
Okay, I mean, we can be flexible, and work him in when he shows up. So let's skip over that one for now
Okay.
and move on to commissioner updates. I'll give a quick one. Unfortunately, that EMS HUTF idea appears to have been stonewalled by the governor's office, and I'm evaluating my own personal thoughts about writing a letter to the Denver Post or essentially applying some appropriate pressure to build some public interest for what's going on. But I think before that, I think what I might do is work through Joe Ryan and just find out if the governor's office even really understands what they're opposing, and if they have a better idea that I haven't thought of that would justify not funding fully a very key function in the state that's been underfunded for a while. I think that's all I've got.
Yeah, thank you for the update. I mean, that's in my experience with the governor around especially fiscal revenue ideas. Often the response is no, and then the response to why is, didn't you hear me say no?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Not just finance and revenues, but there's numbers.
Yeah, the wolf issue. Yeah, I mean, I have no beef with the governor, but I think this is important, so I don't mind making a case for it publicly.
if you're interested in partnership on that, if we wanted to, I think that that's an opportunity for us also to talk about some of the stats around how much our fire department is serving on I-70 and the costs of these 9,500 people trying to keep up with this kind of call volume, et cetera.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's a problem all over the state, and a lot of places have it worse than this.
Oh, well, thank you.
I'm going to be testifying on a vehicle bill, the vehicle safety bill tomorrow, that was brought in part by Dylan Roberts. I am testifying in support, although it is not including anything about engine brake mufflers, which we tried a couple times. He has said that it's not in the cards for this year, maybe next year. And which is a disappointment because we know we've had a lot of input on that. But at least we've been trying to get something done, simply increase the fines to create a little more of an impediment, but that's not going to be part of that bill. So it's basically going to be chain up stations and opportunities to create safety on a number of different, I'll say, tactical ways of managing traffic. Also going to be meeting with Shoshana Lou in the next couple of days. We haven't set a time yet to go over other transportation bills and some stuff in the I-7 recorder and the CE. Did get to attend the G-Rock opioid conference this last week. That was a cathartic experience at worst, and a very inspiring one at best. And George is doing, particularly as one of the co-chairs of that effort, a tremendous job. And it was a really great conference with some really great people to hear from. I think most moving for me were for recovered and recovering, I'll say, as people on the path, teenagers who told their stories very, very openly and very honestly and very energetically and emotionally. And it was really cool to hear from them and the kind of strides they were making, the kind of things that helped them, the kind of challenges that they were facing and coming out. Some of it overtly stated and some of it clear by listening to them, that they're still on the path. But it was really, really inspiring to hear from them. And also Well, there's just a lot of challenges in that area on all fronts, on recovery, interdiction, prevention, and all those places. And so I appreciate the work you're doing there very much, George. And nothing else is popping ahead right now.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for mentioning the conference. It's on my list of things too. I thought it went really well. We got a lot of really great feedback. Hopefully also, I mean, success really looks like the people that were there being more engaged in our process, offering really good feedback about next steps for what we want to do with funding moving forward. I haven't seen those comments, but I hope there's really good content there to help guide the GROC. I want to thank you, Megan, for coming down and spending all day. Megan took pictures and helped with registration, etc. Big compliments on the pictures from the planning team.
That makes me feel better.
Very happy. I'm really just happy with the county team because I think, showed how important this issue is to us because our human services director was there, our public health director was there, our EMS director was there, our chats team and Elizabeth Gallagher were on a panel talking about the award that they got. It was my first interaction with Elizabeth Gallagher. Compliments on the hire. She seems like she's very well equipped to lead this chats team. But the event went really well, and I'm really grateful to everybody that came, including representatives from our municipalities. We had a Idaho Springs City Council member, the mayor of Silver Plume. So it was a really good event. My big takeaway, there's a stat I was unaware of. Half of the people that overdose in Colorado do so in the presence of a bystander. If everyone in Colorado had Narcan and knew how to use it tomorrow, we could cut overdose deaths in half. And I think that's, something worth focusing on.
Yeah. I know we supply the kits at the wellness center. What do they cost? You know?
They're free to us. We have a collaborative purchasing program with the state. The state buys them at almost nothing and just gives them to us. And what I would love to see is every county facility, instead of candy jars, there's Narcan. I would love to have 10 things of Narcan in my backpack and be giving them to people all the time. And so that's kind of my big takeaway from the event and what can and should be done by anybody and everybody that wants to address this crisis.
Is there any data about patterns of where these events occur? I mean, I would imagine most of them occur behind closed doors in private residences, but I'm not sure of that.
I know that, well, the two things. I think, first of all, I agree with George about the effectiveness of Narcan, with the one possible exception that the fact that 50% of them happen in the company of others doesn't necessarily mean that 100% of that 50% are going to be recoverable and savable, even with Narcan and a person there. So that number's, but the point is absolutely true. I don't argue the point at all. I do know that I've learned a little bit in the last few months, and I do know that in that culture, it's becoming, it's kind of like skiing an avalanche area. Don't ski in an avalanche area alone. You go with friends or somebody to recover you. And so that's part of the culture of that particular type of recreation in life. And is that people know that they understand the danger. They've come to understand the danger of the materials they're working with. And so they try to, more of them have Narcan and more of them do it in the presence of others. So when stuff goes down, they've got a chance. But anyway, I don't mean to derail because I agree with you, George.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. So, I mean, I think that's that on the conference. It went really well. It's an open question to you, Randy. I think if you decide you want to be on the advisory committee of the GROC,
I think I would like to function in that capacity, at least for the balance of, for the foreseeable future. And I realize you don't have to be a county commissioner to be on it too. So it could go beyond that tenure, which is short, only 10 months out. You know, I'm still figuring out what I want to be when I grow up right now. So, and figuring out what's best for me and, you know, how much of it. So, but yeah, I thank you. So the answer is yes, for now.
Okay, then I'll get you on the agenda.
Okay.
And
Yes.
another couple just really quick things. One, I know we got a voicemail from Kathy Hoonian asking a commissioner to respond. Do we want to decide who's going to call her back right now?
I can call her back based on what you know, and we tried on that bill and we were unsuccessful in getting it lobbied on the bill. I did go up and check the signage as some months back when the last time she contacted us. And the signage was changed. The signage was put up there that had been requested. And so they've done pretty much everything except
The problem.
put significant enforcement up there. Except solve the problem, yeah. Except put significant enforcement up there and or change the law to make it a stiffer fine to do it. Of course, it's questionable and we don't know for sure how much that stiffer fine would really change behavior. It might. I know the threat of fines and even occasional, a large fine and occasional application thereof usually gets around to people that use the corridor regularly for some use. So it has some impact on that. I'll also say that having stayed for about a month in Georgetown, up just slightly up the hill above town, just a little bit on the east side of town, right near downtown, there were some nights that it was an amazing volume of sound that came off the top of that hill. And you'd hear it all the way down and you knew exactly which ones were the big ones with no engine brakes. And it would just be like, yeah, it was like a bunch of mortars going off or something up there. It is extremely loud. So I got socialized to what it's like at 3 a.m. in the morning when that goes down. And it will wake you up. So it's definitely a problem. And I think it's important that we stay on top of, the legislation, try to add that one piece in. Every little bit might help, but I also listening to it and seeing what was going on, it might reduce the frequency of it. It's a big hill with trucks coming down it. We're never going to make that go away completely.
So the root problem is vehicles that don't have engine brakes.
Yeah.
I mean, that don't
It's
have engine
different.
brake,
It's a different
that don't
noise.
have engine brake mufflers.
Right.
Because if you have a muffler, it's still gonna make sound, but it's not gonna be, it's
not
like a
as-
perfect storm, like super steep hill, acoustic, focusing on, residents.
Bouncing off the sides of the
Yeah.
canyon at them. It's just like everything's as bad as it could possibly be. But everyone from the state government to everyone says, we got to let these people have engine brakes on these hills. We can mitigate the problem with brake mufflers. And then there's some bad actors that don't
Yeah.
invest in engine brake mufflers. And the state patrol is saying that it's actually pretty difficult to get underneath and determine whether they have the mufflers. That's what they're saying.
I've heard that too.
But I have no way to evaluate that statement. But
I think just any law enforcement in this day and age is hesitant to want to pull anybody over and create that kind of risk.
yeah,
I mean, I'm just sitting here thinking if the acoustics are that good, let's put in an amphitheater, right? But thank you.
not to
Randy.
belittle the problem.
Yes, not to belittle the problem. Randy, thank you for calling Kathy and being on top of this. It does matter. I'm not trying to belittle the problem. I can't help but fantasize about watching a concert from Georgetown Lake. The only other thing is, unless I hear otherwise from you two, I've decided not to go to Washington DC with Accelerate. It's still in session. And
State session, you mean?
yeah, the state legislative session. And I have a lot on my calendar around those couple of weeks. So
Well, I know with the position you have as CCAT that I used to have, you're really tied up with legislation, especially between that and CCI. And I could be doing the same things in those places. I would like to take this last shot that's why I'm going to DC to work on a couple of these issues, one last shot at a couple of our legislators and getting together with them.
Yeah, me too. I had one other update and it's just an FYI. I met a person, had lunch with them a few weeks ago. who over a period of years has purchased the 3 lots in Van Eden. And I wasn't really aware of that area. Are you aware of that area, Randy? You're in Idaho Springs across from
I know where it is.
transfer
Across from-
station.
Yes.
Yeah, anyway, it's a really beautiful piece of land and it had been blighted, misused, squatters, garbage, human waste, buildings that were falling down. And anyway, the guy has worked with the county to get mitigation permits related to asbestos to basically get rid of all those dangerous structures. And he wants to do something really cool that will benefit the community. So just wanted to let you know that that was going on.
It'd be nice to see that put to good use. It's a beautiful spot.
But it
It
made
has
me
been
think of it
previously
because it
developed.
had been a musical venue in the past, and that was something that he was thinking about that, or maybe a little conference center that nonprofits could use as well. But the guy it's very important for him to connect with the community and understand what would be well received.
Utilities there?
There's definitely there's electricity, I think. But I don't think I know there's no sewer or.
I believe it was around
Water.
10 years ago. It was used as a campsite for fish heads. They're in for the concerts at Red Rocks, but
I don't remember any of that.
you don't remember any of it.
I mean, sorry, I can't recall.
Any other commissioner updates?
No.
Yeah, the guy's name's Tom Miller and the company his family has is called Miller Walls. They actually built some retaining walls around the county too. County manager update.
Thank you. Good morning. I failed to mention at our February 20th meeting during my update that the DOD Dumont Lawson Dunnyville master planning work has started. Our consultant.
Awesome.
We did about a week before your February 20th meeting, we held a steering committee meeting. This room was filled. Amy and the team facilitated a good meeting, having a conversation about the strengths and weaknesses about their neighborhood. So that work is underway. You can find more info out there on our forum page if you're interested in that. The consultant team will be here in this room with you on April 2nd to give an update on what they're doing, to get your input and direction on what they're doing. And then there's going to be a public meeting that night. So the EMS HU2F comment and then the I-70 comment about number of responses out there just kind of reminded me that I had a meeting yesterday with Matt Taylor and Megan Obenden from his team, along with Matt Harris, to talk about crime stats. And it kind of came from I had asked Matt to how can we start overlaying on, if you remember the short-term rental dashboard that they set up with respect to where all the short-term rentals are, how can we overlay crime stats to get a better sense of whether or not, if there's a connection or not. But that then generated a meeting with Matt to start having a conversation with him about how he can use those same crime stats and the issue of I-70 and how to start plotting out the various kinds of calls are there. So they're going to start building some kind of a dashboard for Matt to better be able to do some analysis of the calls for service, et cetera. So just that your comment reminded me of that. So
Yeah, and that actually reminds me, I was meeting with Eric Crowley, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks ago. And I walked away so impressed with the level of data collection that his organization is involved with, even to the point of, I think it was related to whether or not they needed to get additional permission from the state to provide other levels of care for patients. And he basically went back and looked at all the statistics about whether it would make a difference. And the state basically said, you're right, you need this, and gave it to him. And then similarly, I think some of the folks, there was another situation where it didn't make sense. And I think it would be fun. And it made me realize too, that the call statistics that we've been asking about for the fire department probably live somewhere.
yeah, and they should live in our dispatch data.
Yeah.
It's part of the challenge is parsing out an EMS call from a fire call, from a sheriff's office call. That's part of the challenge. That's going to be much easier now with the transition we just made.
Yeah.
But parsing out the data from all of the time we were doing that specific work.
Yeah. Well, that's a good point. If nothing else, we will soon be able to have months of very, very clean data.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I sent the 3 of you an email, just kind of heads up with an economic overview, stats on both our county and Gilpin. It's something that the EDC put together. Just wanted to share it with you. I know some of you enjoyed crunching those stats. So any thoughts on how it can better be used? Please let me know, but just wanted to give you a heads up. I did send that to you. And then finally, kudos to our grants administrator, Rebecca Abrahamson, who's securing yet another grant from the Recycling Resources Economic Opportunity Waste Diversion Grant from CDPHE. $219,000 for us to start a diversion program at the transfer station. So
Which we've had in the past, right?
we have, but it's buying some additional equipment to help ease that program, the use of the program, the quality of the mulch that gets created,
Yeah.
et cetera.
Do we already have like the mother of all
We do
grant
have,
crushers up
we do
there?
have a grinder. This is to buy additional equipment and there was no match to this. So this is free money. So kudos to Rebecca and the team for making that happen. And I'll stop there.
Actually, before you stop off that one, it's my impression, based on hearing of these things, that her position has great leverage. Do we need more of that stuff going on? Would we be a benefit from having another, like an intern or someone else to assist her or work with her?
That's a good question. I mean, she's certainly bringing money back to the county, that's for sure. Something we can talk about.
Yeah, or even, it's another area, I think, potentially, if we get the right level of commitment. I don't think that towns necessarily have anything like that, do they? Municipalities?
No, she wrote a grant for Empire that got them the help with their water.
Water.
Or was that $4 million or $2 million, $2 or $4 million? Those two numbers stick in my head.
Yeah,
So she wrote that grant for them and I've offered that up. Yeah.
so there's probably a lot of grants that they would qualify for that we wouldn't, that they're not taking advantage of,
Or even just
aware of.
be positioned for, right? Like
Mhm.
maybe they've got a project that's a better fit than something.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
Any
Yeah.
communications update?
Yes.
Sorry, real quick, Brian, you mentioned on April 2nd, a public meeting. I will put it on my calendar, and if that's in the evening. What time do we have that scheduled?
6 day, we'll send an email out to all three of you.
Okay.
We'll get that in account.
And then my apologies before we go to Megan. I am remiss in asking. There are two executive session items that I'm asking to be added to the agenda. No, we're supposed to do it at the top of the meeting, so now is probably better than later.
Sure. And we can wait until I read the other execs at this point. It's
Okay.
fine. But thank you for bringing that up.
Okay. Yeah, just a few quick communications updates. Also FYI, Facebook is down. I don't know if this is across the country or wherever, but Facebook is down right now. So we are not able to stream this live on Facebook. So I'm sorry. You guys will have to log in on Zoom if you're interested in watching.
Unrelated, massive productivity spike across the.
Right. I looked it up and I asked like 4 of my friends just to make sure this was not user error. Facebook is down. I apologize. But that being said, this will still go up on YouTube after so everybody can watch it. Some more communications updates. We just closed the road renaming survey. We got 84 responses, which is good. So now we are kind of sifting through those and seeing if some people took it that maybe don't live on one of those roads or if some people voted twice. We have a road meeting in about 2 weeks, so we're kind of going to go over those then. Also, please be aware, siren testing for the dams will be happening tomorrow at 10 a.m. So if you live in Georgetown or a little bit beyond and you hear that, it's not an emergency. This is siren testing, and it should say this is a test, but just be aware that that is happening. I also would like to direct people to the Clear Creek County Forum as well for the fire authority survey for the wildfire protection plan. This is a plan that kind of thrives off community engagement. It should take you only about 20 minutes. You can find that on our forum. It's also in the newsletter that went out last week. Please take it. This is really important. And then what else do I have, Megan? Lastly, I just want to highlight the Clear Creek County Trails team. There was a rescue a few weeks ago at the Cat Slab climbing area that was really made a lot easier because of Trails team's improvements in that area. They basically kind of added like a little bridge. So instead of putting the patient on like a line and sending them across, or him or her across the river, they were able to just kind of wheel them out. So that was huge. I talked to Alpine Rescue and they said it went a lot easier and a lot smoother because of those improvements. So I just wanted to shout them out because that's amazing that they were able to do that and help out our first responders. And that's all I have.
Thank you. And actually, okay, I'm good. We're now going to sit as a local liquor licensing authority. And action item number 1, consideration approval of extension of temporary transfer permit for Two Bears Den LLC, DBA Two Bears Tap and Grill.
Thank you. Good morning. If there is a Chris or Lynn.
Chris Halfley?
Yep. I had them attend just in case the board had any questions. What we're doing today is just extending their temporary transfer permit that was issued due to a postal service error. The state did not get their application for like a month after our January 16th meeting approving the transfer of ownership. So by doing this, it will allow them to continue to operate under the prior license that was issued for the prior owners. Quick and easy.
Do we need to take public comment?
Yep.
Is this administrative?
Just administrative.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
All right.
Recommendation approved.
Thank you.
All right, we're now sitting again as the Board of County Commissioners. Before I read the consent agenda, are any items here that anyone wishes to discuss individually?
Number 14.
That one got struck.
Has it been struck? I pulled up, the reason I said that was because I pulled up the most recent and I thought it had not been.
We should
struck.
have said that at the beginning of the meeting. We're pulling that and the 2 public hearings.
Oh, okay, all right. And the which ones? That one?
2
and-
public hearings.
Okay,
Oh, they're also struck out the action section.
I just did that for today.
Right here.
okay.
All right, well, then
I didn't see that on I was not looking at this hard copy. I just pulled up the most recent one off the site and it was still there, so. It's the only reason I said it.
all right, so number 1, consideration of approval of warrant register. 2, consideration approval of November 21st BoCC meeting minutes. There's 3, consideration approval of July 18th, 2023 BoCC meeting minutes. 4, consideration approval of November 7th, 2023 BoCC meeting minutes. Number 5, consideration approval of January 8th, 2024 BoCC meeting minutes. Number 6, consideration approval of June 20th, 2023 meeting minutes. Number 7, consideration approval of June 27th BoCC meeting minutes. Number 8, consideration approval of December 19th, 2023 BoCC meeting minutes. And guess what? They're still going on. Number 9, consideration approval of May 28th, 2019 BoCC meeting minutes. Number 10, consideration approval of ratification of Colorado Parks and Wildlife Department of Natural Resources Grant Award Contract Amendment number 1 for the county shooting park. Number 11, consideration approval of amendment to the Clear Creek Watershed and Forest Health Partnership Memorandum of Understanding. Number 12, consideration approval of February 20th, 2024 BoCC meeting minutes. And 13, consideration approval of June 6th, 2023 BoCC meeting minutes.
Move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Before we vote on this, I know we got behind on processing meeting minutes. Is there a time in the future where these will happen, like within a certain time period after the actual meeting, and this will be kind of more routine?
Yes, we can make that happen.
Okay, good. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. All right, we're on to a regular session, semi-annual update with the Clear Creek County Tourism Bureau Board of Directors. I assume they're online.
Is she here yet?
Or are they coming? We can circle back to it if they're gonna visit.
Yeah.
Which they usually are.
I'm not seeing Cass. Who else would I be looking?
Is the Mitchell Trivette on there?
No.
It's weird.
Still not there.
We know they're coming.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they said he was coming in person.
We can skip to the comp plan.
George, will you cover the SL one?
I think I like Megan's suggestion better.
He's just looking around to see if they're here.
Okay, that's what we don't have times on our agendas anymore. It's just but that's okay. Okay.
He's out
There's
there.
one person here, but they weren't planning to be here until 9:45.
Who is it?
One of the board members is not here, but
Oh,
All right, we're gonna wait till they show up and then just let them feature. And I mean, that does raise an interesting opportunity, I guess, to be. So what I don't want, I don't think any of us want, is people waiting around for hours, not knowing their time's gonna come up. As much as that we have the ability, people who are close to say, hey, looks like you're gonna be up in a half an hour or so.
yeah.
On another note on that, I noticed myself thinking, yeah, I'm okay with this not having times on it. And then I looked at this yesterday to figure out what time we'd probably be out today. And it's like, I have no idea.
I did the same thing.
Can you put times on this?
I had by lunch, I think. I don't know. Yeah. Or sooner, actually, it's looking like. Okay, we can wait until at least Cass shows. So let's move on to the Clear Creek County Communications Plan.
You want to do that, or do you want to cover an executive session?
I'd rather do the communications plan.
Yeah, that's fine. So then we can do that executive
Okay.
session next.
Cool.
So we're going to do executive session or communication?
Communication.
Okay.
All right, let me share my screen real quick. Okay. All right. Hello, everybody. For people online who don't know me, my name is Megan Heiler. I'm the Public Information Officer here at Clear Creek County. That means I handle all the communications within the county, whether it's the website, the newsletter, social media outreach, town halls, things like that. Today, I'm here to present a watered down version of the Clear Creek County Communications Plan. It was in your guys' packet. Obviously, I'm not going to go through all 45 pages, but here are some highlights.
When you say watered down, what do you mean by that?
Just condensed. I'm not going to go through 45 slides.
Oh, the highlights. This isn't a watered down.
Because
No, that is the
we know your
entire
favorite
plan.
thing is to go through 45 slides. You're
Yeah,
already
this
in
was some
there.
light reading before you go to bed.
Megan, before you kick off,
Sure.
what's your goal for today? Are you seeking feedback on this plan? Are we trying to adopt this plan?
It's the last slide in her presentation. It's feedback, whether it's prepared for adoption, but
Yep, all the above. So you guys tell me what you think. Tell me if you want to approve it, you want me to go back and make changes, all the above. All right. So first, we're just going to start out with some background. You guys, I believe it was you guys back in 2020. This was a part of the 2020 to 2025 strategic goals and objectives. The following goal was listed, quote, by June 2021, create a comprehensive communication plan for internal and external communication, keeping our customers informed of pertinent information. So obviously, this has been something that has been a long time coming. I was hired in 2022, and so now it's 2024, and I've been working on this plan for a few months, longer than a few months. This has been a long time coming, so I'm here to present it to you. I just wanted to start off, we're starting off hot with some strategic goals. The goals are up top in the blue, and then kind of the bullet points are kind of some sub goals from that. But first of all, I want to start off with building a sustainable communications framework. And I want to do this first by creating a communications subcommittee. So ideally, this would hopefully be somebody from each department or division to meet with me either weekly or bi-weekly to keep me informed of what is going on in their department, because it's kind of hard to inform the community if I don't know what's going on in the department. So that would be my number one goal. Number two, I would love to, or I've already started working on some standard operating procedures for the website. Right now, I'm the main person that handles the website. So if somebody needs to upload a document or change a link, they usually go through me. This isn't really sustainable. And sometimes maybe I'm in a meeting and they need to do this pretty quick. So these SOPs, they would be able to refer to and hopefully be able to do it themselves, maybe if I'm on vacation or something like that. That kind of goes with the create a social media policy. Maybe if I'm gone, or I've been working a lot with the sheriff's office on this. They can refer to this if they need some help or if they just need some guidelines when it comes to social media. Second goal here is to increase public engagement. This obviously goes This is a huge one and this kind of goes without saying, but really I want to plan more face-to-face opportunities with residents. You guys were there at some of the town halls last year and you saw the sheer amount of turnout and the amount of people that showed up and the amount of questions that people had. I am a big believer that nothing can replace face-to-face communication. You're able to squash rumors, you're able to build relationships, you're able to answer questions. So I would love to do more of this. Last week or the week before, I was able to go to the senior center with the sheriff's office. They've been having coffee with a cop or decaf with the deputy. I was able to go with then and answer some questions and keep people informed. So that has been really great. I love to do more of this. I would also love to utilize social media more in a more attention grabbing way, whether this is trends, more videos, things along those lines, because the more interactions we get on social media, the more people that can follow along. And then I'd also like to enhance partnerships here with the community. If I don't know somebody, odds are Beth knows them or somebody else knows them. So if I enhance these partnerships with maybe the town of Georgetown or Idaho Springs or CCEDC, we can reach more and more people. Finally, I'd love to develop proactive communication. This goes with the planning communications for projects ahead of time, and this can be done by using the PPIP form that is in the appendix. This is a form that the leader of a project can fill out and say who this is going to affect, when this project is going to start, how do I want to keep them informed of this? So they can fill this out. It's really easy. They can fill it on their computer and send it back to me, and I can let people know ahead of time, hey, this intersection is going to be down for a few weeks because Road and Bridge is going to be doing some work here. This is the road you can take instead. So really getting ahead of these, I think, will be really beneficial. This is just some demographics just to know about Clear Creek County. As you can see, our population has pretty much stayed pretty the same for a while. But I do want to highlight just some things that I think is important. The vast majority of our population is age 25 to 44, which is about 60% of the population, and 45 to 64, which is about 32% of the population. This is important to know because different age groups have different ways of taking in media. And then about 22% of our population is 18 and under. So that is a whole nother group of people that I would have to figure out how to communicate with. And then also I want to highlight that 7.5% of people in Clear Creek County speak a language other than English at home. This is really important to highlight because if I'm giving out information and it's in English and somebody speaks Spanish, how are they supposed to be able to get that information? So I've actually been working with our new MYN manager who is bilingual, and she has been able to translate a lot of things for me, whether that's a social media post or a form that they can fill out for public health online. So that's been really helpful, but I'd really like to lean more into that so I can be able to reach everyone.
Would we,
That stat one more time?
What's that?
Will you repeat that stat one more time?
Yep, 7.5% of Clear Creek County's population speak a language other than English at home.
And I have just a quick question. You may have just answered it for me. Do we want to, as we come up, do we want to, if we have a question or a particular comment about
Sure.
a slide that's interesting, do we want to do it as we go or do we want to wait till the end? I've got a question about this slide that
Yeah,
I
go
think
ahead.
is, okay. What I see, and I like very much that you've broken up the sources of the population data, because I look at that hump and that drop and I don't know if they're actually real. What I'm seeing is projections, population estimates up through 2019. Then we have an actual count in 2020, and then we see it beginning to come up again based on the American Community Survey. And what I'm thinking of is that your estimates, maybe there's an adjustment at two different things I think about the census is maybe that, we've overestimated the population going in with those projections going into 2020, and then we're just making a correction to reality.
Sure.
And the other one is that was a lot of talk about a potential undercount in 2020 because of COVID.
Yes.
And that what we're doing is starting with a new false baseline with an underestimate and then doing estimates going forward that's starting with a baseline underestimate for what we really have here. And I don't know which one of those is true. But my guess is that we probably had a more consistent line without peaks and valleys.
Yeah.
And we're adjusting with different kinds of data that we're looking at.
Yeah, I hear you. This was the last census, so this was the data that I was able to pull, but it very well could be skewed a little bit.
Yeah, either one of those could be off, either the estimate or the census is what
Sure.
I'm saying. I'm doubting that we went up that far and then dropped and then started climbing again, just like that.
Yeah.
2020. It
Yes.
makes sense.
I agree. Moving on to internet demographics. This is really important because in today's day and age, a lot of people get their news and their information from online, whether that's social media for better or for worse, or it's reading a news article or things like that. So I think it's important to highlight that not everybody here in Clear Creek County has internet. So there has to be other ways for us to be able to reach people. I also do want to highlight that excuse me, Clear Creek County, Gilpin County, Nederland, and other rural municipalities, we are teaming up with Colorado's broadband office, and we're pretty much meeting every week to talk about ways to bring internet to this region and other rural mountain communities. And as of the end of 2023, the county is in a collaborative process with the entities that I mentioned and NeoConnect to look into more data, maybe put some challenges out there. And the overall goal is to just bring internet here to people in Clear Creek County. And just a few highlights here on my public information survey. This was sent out last year. I was a little nervous of this first question, asking the people of Clear Creek County, but I was just asking how they rated the county in terms of communicating with the public. And I was actually pleasantly surprised. I was getting ready to be offended. But 80% of people here in the county said that communications were fair to excellent. So that made me feel really good. So this is obviously a work in progress. I'd love to say 100% of people think that we're excellent. I don't think that's ever going to happen, but that's the goal. We had 206 people take this survey. So one of our most taken surveys. So that was great. And I was really pleased with the results. Another thing that I think is important to show from the survey is this is residents' preferred source of receiving updates. I had 12 options, and these are ranked from number 1 was email, number 12 was YouTube. I do want to point out that the top 3 to 4, they were not separated by much. You can see that in the communications plan, which was in the packet. They were not separated by much. So it's not like email 300 people said, and then only a few people said social media. These were not separated by much. So there is no clear number 1 way to reach people in Clear Creek County, which I thought was interesting. But that just shows me that I have to pretty much put information in all of these places. So if people are looking for it, they are able to find it. So
Did it fall off pretty quickly after number 4?
yeah, I would say so. It fell out and then it really fell off towards the end. I was really interested that radio was not higher up there because I know a lot of people here listen to K-Goat. So I was expecting radio to be way up there. So yeah, but yeah, just casting a wide net to hopefully reach as many people as I can. And then just a few more slides, I promise. These are just some accomplishments I wanted to highlight. The first one was the Clear Creek Connection newsletter. I started doing this pretty much when I started. And I have a background in journalism, and I pretty much write this like a newspaper. And this has been really well received by the people of Clear Creek County. They really like it. They like the detail, but on it, it's got QR codes. It's online so people can click the links. It averages about 12 pages. So this has been a really good way to get information out to the community. People can subscribe via email and I'll send it right to their inbox, or they can see it on social media or right on our website. I also recently, in the past few months.
Before you move on,
Sure.
I think this is a really good indication of what a higher standard we have around here than we had 5 years ago, because we used to try and make a newsletter and it was a couple of pages and it was poorly done. And it often didn't get done just because
Sure.
it just didn't get done.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of discussion around how much effort it would take to do it. And this is proof when you find the right person for the job, the right work gets done. So good work.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It is a labor of love, and poor Brian has to sit down and read 12 pages every month to make sure it
It's
looks
really
good.
good,
But thank you. I appreciate that.
The fact that you're able to crank out 12 pages of meaningful stuff is notable, and I just want to compliment you on that.
Thank you.
Not that volume is always better, and I'm surprised we could get volume from you.
My dad's a big fan too. He reads it all the time. He knows everything that's going on in the county. I also want to highlight, we started roundabout updates. People can subscribe via email or text message now. So if there is a closure due to weather or the Floyd Hill project, or things like that, we can send out a text or an email and it comes right to their phone. Another thing is I started a Clear Creek County Instagram account that shows me just trying to reach the 20% of the population that is 18 and under. We have about 530 followers in about a year and a half. So that's been really great. We get a lot of interaction on there. Another thing is our YouTube channel. It used to be our BoCC meetings just went on Facebook. So if you didn't have a Facebook, you couldn't watch the BoCC meetings. Now, after every one, they are uploaded to our YouTube channel. Our YouTube channel also has things like trail features. I'm working with the sheriff's office to do a feature on them. I did a feature with Mountain Youth Network. So lots of good information and fun stuff on our YouTube. And then something I'm really proud of is our partnership with AfterSight. This is a nonprofit based in Colorado where you basically read the news to people who are blind, visually impaired, or are print impaired. So every Sunday, I will read the news pertaining to Clear Creek County so people can listen to it. You can listen to this on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, or my favorite part is you can call on your landline and you don't need internet and you can dial a phone number and you can listen to the news in Clear Creek County right on your phone. So that was my favorite thing about it. So you don't even need internet to learn about what's going on in the county. So far, as of the end of last year, we had 700 downloads in Clear Creek County.
Wow.
And now I'm done. So I would just love some feedback. What do you like? What do you not like? I'd love some direction. And then I'm happy to take any questions.
I have one question.
Sure.
I think this is really good. It might be all we ever need. I'm curious, sometimes what happens is someone does this, something like this, and then it gets put on a shelf somewhere and we kind of move on and never revisit it. I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are about how to keep it current going forward.
How to maintain institutional momentum with this.
Sure. So, I mean, it could be updated in terms of our resources and things like that, but I'd really like to accomplish the goals, and the goals aren't my goals for the next 10 years. It's for the next maybe year or so, and then come back and see what's working and what's not working and maybe think of some new goals. So, yeah.
That sounds reasonable.
Sure.
One thing that occurs to me is that, you know, the public engagement parts, when we get down towards the bottom, and Sean's comment about how much better it is than it was, meaning whether our newsletter is better, although newsletters ranked, you know, down at number 5, you know, on the list. So, you know, there's the bang for the buck question and all of that. But I think it's good to turn out, if you're going to do a newsletter, turn out the best newsletter you can.
Sure.
I think you're doing that.
Thank you.
And so I appreciate it. But we can govern better when we have the better the communication is, the better the residents feel comfortable communicating with us, the better we can govern, because the better we understand what they really want, need, and what they really think about. And they understand what we're doing better and are more likely to either be receptive to it or be able to comment and improve itself.
Definitely.
So it's hitting me more and more how important the communication plan is to everything we do. Having people understand us and having us understand them, and having us get more easily to the bottom line of the most important things we should be doing.
Yeah.
So I really, really appreciate this. I do think, though, that I share Sean's concern about how to maintain this level of quality of that aspect, because once you're doing this for New York City in a couple of years,
No.
who follows up? You know, how do we set a structure in place that's fairly bulletproof and easy to maintain?
Yeah.
And I think that creating this plan and this strategic plan for it is maybe the most important element of that. And you're doing a really good job of that. How to ensure that, you know, that our descendants, your descendants, you know, are able to maintain this level of quality is going to be important. Build a structure that's easy to follow and stay with, and, you know, that somebody can maintain. And I don't know what that looks like. I think creating this plan is the first step in that.
Yeah, sure.
Another question I had is, thankfully, we haven't had any disasters. I mean, the flood in 2013 was a serious thing. There was the Bear Tracks fire, which was national news up in the Upper Bear watershed. But does this address any of kind of plans to work closely with Emergency Management Office and the sheriff to kind of do a good job of informing the public and putting a good foot forward when that does happen eventually?
Sure. Not specifically, but I have worked with the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office, they had Travis Darrington as PIO, and now it is Seth, and Seth and I work really well together. And we had that Office of Emergency Management exercise where we handled if something big like this happened, and then 911 went down, how would we inform people? So we've definitely practiced things like that, and I have a good relationship with Suzanne over at OEM, but I'm happy to add something like that if you would like me to, but it's not specifically addressed.
Yeah, Sean, I think in more general terms, I see it addressed right at the outset under strategic goals. There's a quick layout and background. Right under strategic goals, the first thing is build a sustainable communication framework and the creation of that subcommittee. So
definitely.
that, and the fact that you state you're working with the sheriff on their communication plan right now tells me you've got that dialed in, but I agree with Sean, having that, especially for emergency communications and stuff like that, that's where our communication is absolutely the most critical. It's
Definitely.
timely and
Yeah,
accurate.
but, and I'm thinking also, thank you, like, if we have a big wildfire.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different opinions, and there's the sheriff, and
Right.
there's OEM, and then there's the BoCC, and then there's you, and there's staff, like, who formulates our message, right?
Yeah.
How do we actually build consensus so that we have a coherent
Right.
message for the public? I think that hasn't been formalized, and I think it should be.
Yeah, so usually counties choose like what's the official source of information, and that's usually the sheriff's office, and then I could share that information as I get it from them, but I don't know if it's written down anywhere that is something that we are specifically
What's your
doing.
experience in the past?
So I have to be honest, I didn't hear half the question. Dealing with agenda items, so what's the
I was
specific?
just talking about the communication plan. I think it's excellent. The thing I didn't see in there specifically, maybe it's because it belongs somewhere else or I'm getting this wrong, is how do we plan for and create the right expectations and roles and responsibilities when we do have a large wildfire, another flood, some sort of a dam breaks, who knows, something like
Right.
that would happen where the public, the news stations are here and they're like, give us the word, what's going on? Where does it come from? How do we formulate it? What's the approval
From
process?
my experience, that comes out of your EOC. That would come out of when you open up that EOC to manage that event. The messaging gets built in that EOC. And then whether it's Megan's role as PIO or if it's a PIO coming from the sheriff's office that issues that official communication, it would come from that actual EOC that's.
It seems to me that Megan needs to be plugged,
Set, yes.
or whoever's in her role needs to be plugged directly into that EOC.
Yep.
Because you do have an incident commander and that can change over the course of an emergency because as the emergency grows in scale, like the fire grows and all of a sudden the state and the feds are moving in, that can evolve. But to make sure that the information is accurate and as complete as possible to the public, I think having our public communications in there so that everything that's coming out of there can be in real time, squirted out through all of our different venues. Is
That's
gonna be
coming from
important.
one source.
Yeah, but it's coming from one source
Yeah.
and it's a consistent message going out through all of our channels.
Definitely.
So maybe the follow-up is, if you're okay with it, you to track this down and just make sure that what we have in the EOC is gonna solve this problem. And if it's
Sure.
not, identify how to fix it,
Yeah.
at some point.
Yeah.
That's a good point, Sean.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think my understanding is that, I'm trying to remember back when we were in a public health emergency. I think the Office of Emergency Management has sole authority over messaging decisions. And that's something for us to be aware of.
Yeah, be aware of and discuss.
Yeah.
Mm.
So, my only comment on that topic. I do have several other. Trying to group these comments. Love this plan. I love that there is a plan. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Couple of things that I want to highlight. One is, I want to talk about the forum. A goal that I think we should have is to achieve interjurisdictional use of the Clear Creek Forum. The example I'll use right now is the Clear Creek Fire Authority wanted to conduct a survey, was distributing it via PDF for someone to print and mail back. And Megan was able to, I don't know how long it took you, but I know it was less than a day after the ask to get that survey up onto our forum. There's a future where Clear Creek Fire Authority has access to that forum too, where we're all working together to get the same people plugged into the same system. And then there's a future where all 6 jurisdictions are trying to plug somebody into a different piece of software. And so if I live in Idaho Springs, I'm being asked by the library district, the rec district, Idaho Springs and Clear Creek County to sign into their forum software. I think the former future is the one that we should be focused on. And so I would love to see the plan reflect that if this board and staff thinks that that's a good thing to focus on.
Let me
I'll
speak to
stop
that
there.
for a second because kudos to Megan because she basically recreated that survey and put it into the form.
Mhm.
Right, and so it isn't a bad idea to have that partnership together, so she's not having to go through all that work to recreate something that somebody's already done, so they know they've got access to it, so that is something we could start working with our partners on.
Yeah, and it's about whether we want to try to try to continue to approach our constituents in a fractured way or try to, build one place.
Yeah, I think that also kind of goes into the building community partnerships, 100%. And we've discussed this with Idaho Springs, kind of maybe even like a splitting the cost kind of thing with the forum.
And this is like another comment. I think for this document to reflect some prioritization of goals, like what are our top goals? What are the things that we're definitely going to get done? I would love to see this as on that list.
The forum, you're saying?
Yeah, interjurisdictional use of the forum. I think
Okay.
it's like the biggest opportunity that we have. I appreciate the exploration of direct outreach concepts. I really want to emphasize that I think there's huge value there. I also, when I look at the appendix and the survey responses, I think some of what people are communicating in that, for example, the Clear Creek Forum being near the bottom of that list, but the website being near the top,
Mhm.
it's just like they're communicating their familiarity with the channels we have been using.
Mhm.
So I think we need to be careful about the signal and the message and how we look at that response data. What I'm trying to say is, I think that if we were to use direct outreach tools like text and mail and then survey on how valuable they were, we might get a different answer. What I think I know about the science of persuasion and communication is that direct outreach is far more impactful than mass outreach. I think that's just a scientific fact, and I think it's time for governments to really lean into that space. So I would put innovate as direct outreach as like this is something that we're really gonna focus on. And I'm sorry, I'm filibustering. I also want to comment on, I read in there something about a budget challenge. Obviously, we have budget challenges. I want to make sure that it's pretty clear, at least my perspective is that we cannot afford not to communicate robustly. And if there are needs that we have related to communication, I would like this board to have the opportunity to say yes to them. And so that's my comment on that document, that's saying, here's some things we can do and we need to be careful about the budget.
Sure.
On the town halls, I love the town halls. One of the questions that is in my head, that's always going to be in the head of a politician is, what's my role in this communication plan? The town halls, I think is obvious, the most obvious place. I would like to see us just schedule town halls, and kind of have an annual schedule of town halls.
The only one we
that people
really
can know.
do is Emerge.
Right.
Which that even looks anything like that. And we do that one regularly.
We used to prior to the pandemic. I mean, just to the credit of you two, because you guys set this up, have a quarterly town hall schedule. 2019, we
Yeah.
did 4 town halls.
And you're reminding me of something I said at the Christmas party when you guys weren't there. I'd made an offer to do visits around the county to places like Beaverbrook, Brookvale shop. We used to do that too.
Yep.
And I would love to do that again. We visited the EMS, we visited Road and Bridge, and I would love to see us get back in the habit of doing that very soon.
Yeah, I'm happy to help you guys set something up, even like the coffee with a cop, that got a really good turnout. You guys want to do like a coffee thing with residents? I'm sure they'd love that.
Yeah, that's a thought.
I think we should do that for sure.
And it could, I don't know what the frequency could be. It could be monthly, bi-monthly, every 2 months. It could be whatever we want.
Just get one on the calendar and do it and see how it goes and
Sure.
Yeah.
kind of calibrate it from there.
Yeah, and of course, roll it around different places, different times.
Yeah, definitely.
So then I spent some time while you were presenting thinking about how do we measure success? How do we know that our communication system is getting better? I want to suggest two things. One is if we track survey response rates, right? We're sending surveys out to a fixed population, right? If we're getting better, response rates should improve.
Mhm.
And so I would encourage you maybe to look at the history of response rates and come back to us with, here's what I think a level of response rates that means we've been knocking it out of the park is. The other one that I have in my head is, things like how many people are registered for the forum. You know, you know this better than I do. So whatever you want to come back with in terms of here's how I'm going to measure my success.
So when I do forum or surveys, I don't make people register to take them because I think that will make people not want to take them. But I can track how many people are aware of it. I've been tracking social media stats, how many people engage in them and things like that. But I can look into more forum stats too.
And I remember from the forum, when we were getting presented on the forum, I remember them saying like the beta way to use this is not to ask people to sign up.
Right.
And then if you can transition to getting people to sign up, that's where this tool becomes really powerful. And some of those stories that bought us into this software around like sending flash surveys and getting 60% response rates in 24 hours from your community, those things become possible once you start to get big buy-in and people signing up. And other governments have pulled this off. So thank you. Apologize again for the filibuster. Two comments on the website that I think are important. One, this is a little bit of an aside, but we have language access requirements that are live by July 1. And so that's just a flag. I hope we're on top of that. The other thing, we had a constituent who was a writer who was talking to us a lot in 2018 about the accessibility lens on our website around what reading grade level do you need to have to comprehend what's on the website? This is one of the ways that
I remember
governments understand.
Institutional bias.
Exactly, right? And the results of, if you run our website through some of the software, what they say is that you need a college level education to understand the information on the website. So figuring like another, I think, important goal would be to get better results from that evaluation and really figure out how to make what we're sharing accessible to people. I think that's crucial to the entire project, right? The website is sort of the symptom or where we see evidence, but I suspect we would find that. I bet if you ran your newsletters through there, you would find room for improvement, and that's not a critique. It's really hard to take a complicated subject and write it simply. So that is the balance.
The only thing I would say, I hear what you're saying. Doesn't mean there's a problem. Doesn't mean there's a population that isn't being served. It could be that those people, the reason why they don't have good reading levels is because they don't read it.
Some information is technical and it's on our website.
Yeah.
So we'll never be as accessible as Walmart's website.
Yeah.
It is, I do want to highlight, it is fourth grade reading level.
Is it fourth grade?
Yeah, when I was in news, we were supposed to write fourth grade reading level. I remember I wanted to say unbeknownst and I couldn't say unbeknownst. So I've actually started trying to do things like this, like in the newsletter, I've got pretty much government jargon 101. So I'm trying to like kind of break down those barriers, but you're totally right. I've kind of started going through and I'm making updates, make things like that and try and make it easier for people to read, but that is definitely an issue. I mean, I even had issues when I came into local government. I didn't know what the heck some things were either. So I agree with you.
Sure. Do tools like ChatGPT have any place in that analysis or in?
Yes and no, because sometimes when you put something into ChatGPT, it sounds good, but then if you read through it, it's not like how a normal person would talk. So I think,
It's just wrong.
yeah, exactly. So I think the main thing is just trying to be more conversational, which can be hard when you're talking about like lawyer jargon when it comes to local government. So, yeah.
And I think that's that's a valuable thing. Said something a long time ago once to George, I know, and I think he misunderstood me when I said it. I talked about what my grandfather said because I was speaking very multisyllabically when I was a teen, and he finally sat me down, and because he had dropped out of school like people did around the turn of the century back then, and to go to work on the farm. That the previous turn of the century, and like fifth grade or something. He later, gave speeches at graduation ceremonies and stuff like that. But the reality was, when I spoke to him, he said, "How many people do you want to have understand what you're saying?" And even people who have a very high ability to read and a very high reading level can still understand a message quickly if they've only got a short time to scan it when it's written simply. And I think that I really value education and being able to read at a high level myself, but I also know that if I'm in a hurry, stuff that's laid out really simply in front of me, if it's written at fourth grade level but it's all there, I can get through it in about the 60 seconds I have to look at it. So,
Definitely.
and
I think it was
and I wasn't saying anything about George just then. I was just saying, I think what I said, I didn't say clearly enough that day. And I indicated I didn't really value to be able to read at a high level and stuff like that and be able to, but there was a real value in trying to make sure if it's important to get out to the greatest number of people that you word it in a manner that it can.
Definitely, I agree.
And then the last thing that's on my mind that I want to encourage us to just think carefully about, I'm not asking for a change in the document, but the why of seeking public feedback is something to always try to have in our mind. I'd love to see us just to continue to refine our answer to that question. There are some situations where the values implications of a decision are really complicated and we need to know what the implications are. And there are other decisions that we make are largely technical.
Mhm.
And, the former is where we really need careful public engagement and construct questions very carefully because we create expectations when we ask questions. And so I'm not trying to lecture anybody here. I don't have the answers to those questions. I want to raise those questions. That's a big part of how we continue to get better too, having better answers to those questions tomorrow than we do today.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's all from me. Thank you. I really like this plan.
Thank you.
Yep.
Do you get what you needed from us, Maggie?
I think so. So would you like me to revise the suggestions that you all made, or?
That's the question.
Yeah.
Are there changes that we
For the point
recommend?
today, you want to adopt it, or do you want us to bring it, do you want us to kind of coalesce around the comments we heard today and bring it back?
George had the greatest number of comments, but we all had some. Is there something that sticks out in the things we said that we wanted, that we really think are create an ask for a revision?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see whether you agree with what I suggested as top goals or not. It's sort of up to you, but I'd like to see this report identify 2 or 3, I'm gonna do this in the next 12 months kind of thing. And then I would like to see something about, and here's how I'm gonna track success. And I think that's.
Let me comment on that. Megan, correct me if you think I'm wrong. Her first goal is already underway and that stuff's gonna be done, right? I don't think public engagement, that goal will ever go away because that's, part of this document is to create public engagement.
More of a mission than a goal.
Yeah, the PIPP with the requirement of departments to think about how we're gonna communicate the impact of our projects moving forward, that document's done. That's just implementing it with our teams.
Mhm.
So I think, again, Megan, correct me if you think I'm wrong, but I think a lot of what she's laid out here is gonna get done soon. So I don't know if prioritizing is necessary, given it's all underway, but we certainly could go back and add the metrics that you were speaking to.
I can do that.
Right. And any features that are missing.
I can add the metrics under the increasing public engagement because I can add tracking them in there.
I think a lot of those things that are in there, you're right, they feel like sort of tasks. And
They're the foundation. We're
there's,
getting better.
yeah.
Get those done and then we're gonna move up from there.
I mean, goals feel bigger. Goals feel something like we're gonna have interjurisdictional use of the forum, right? Then I'm gonna get a form that department directors need. That sounds like a task.
Well, we're starting from ground zero.
Mhm.
Right? And so we're trying to get the foundation set in order to make the interjurisdictional goal work. But we can certainly go back and add that to bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, if we think it's a goal, we should put it in there. So those are my thoughts. I don't think it needs any big changes.
I could go either way. I mean, I'm happy to adopt this and then get a revision sometime in the next few months. Or if you'd rather just get a clean version that you like better, and let's approve that, that's fine with me too.
I'm sure I have a preference. I mean, I think the things that are underway are going to continue whether it's adopted today or not. Why don't we just, Megan and I can go back and add some of the things that we heard and bring it back shortly.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, certainly, like, there's nothing in this plan that I would ask you not to do while you bring it back to us.
Right. Yeah, it's a good document. It's very,
It is.
it's very high quality.
I just want you to put number one next to each thing on the list.
That's what we do.
That's all.
I can do that.
Right, thanks again. So we're gonna move on to the next, actually, sir, who are you and what are you here for?
That's Mitch.
That's your.
That's what I thought, yeah. Yeah, time for that.
Let's circle back to that. Thanks for your patience while we were, getting some other stuff done.
Can I get a minute break?
Yeah, so we'll break for 3 or 4 minutes and then we'll go back to interview for vacancy with Cook County Planning Commission, Mr. Trevette. All right, we're back from a brief recess and we're gonna circle back to interview for vacancy on the Clear Creek County Planning Commission. Mr. Trevette, please tell us a little bit about yourself, where you live, what your interest is in the Planning Commission, and we'll probably have a few questions for you, and then you can have more questions for us.
Okay. My name is Mitchell Tribbett. I live here in Georgetown at 615 Second Street. I've been here for a little over a year and a half now, but I'm a seventh generation Coloradan, so I'm familiar with the area. I got a master's in humanities, but I currently work as a discovery manager for the Department of Justice Environment Natural Resource Division, which has its largest field office here in Denver. My interest in the Planning Commission is that I have always felt that civic engagement was an important part of being a citizen, and I want to help shape the future of Clear Creek County. I want to, be able to sort of give back to the community that has been so welcoming to us and my family.
Awesome. Planning Commission, so there's a lot of areas to serve in the county. There's the Open Space Commission, Planning Commission, Board of Adjustments. What led you specifically to the Planning Commission, or drew you to it, I should say?
Well, I think the interesting thing about the Planning Commission is how a community uses its land is really a reflection of its values.
Yeah.
And I mean, we're in this, gorgeous landscape. So I think, how we do it here is really important to the well-being of everyone who lives here. Whether it's protecting a view, or it's, protecting a business owner who needs to turn a profit, or just helping families move here, because it's a great community, but I don't think the community necessarily does enough to make it easy for people to live here.
Yeah. Joey, what questions do you have?
I appreciate you talking about land use and the relationship to community values. Trying to make this like, I'm trying to like not set you up to deliver platitudes. What are some of the values that are really important to you that you think are like really relevant to land use decision making?
Well, I mean, first I would say community. That's one of the things we love most about living here. We were in Denver before, and while we had a community, it was not the same, and so I think that's really important for Clear Creek County, where it's these smaller communities where people actually live and work together. Land use also has, just coming from my background with the Environment Natural Resource Division, we do a lot of land use around water rights. We do some takings, but it's a lot of consideration of what's the best use of the land, highest and best use, and how it can serve the community.
Okay, thanks. Broadly speaking, kind of two things. One is that the Planning Commission is charged with. One is making recommendations on specific land use cases. Right? Somebody wants to build something, what do you think about it? Basically. The other one is giving us advice on our codes. Which of those two is more motivating for you? Yeah.
Well, I guess I would say codes, mostly because those impact the other more directly. Deciding what's appropriate where and when will obviously impact what people expect they can do with their land. And I'm the first to admit that I don't have a strong history in planning or land use. But I do, as my wife will attest, have opinions on most things. And so I really just think that, getting codes right and getting them to a point where they work for the community and not against the community is an important job.
Okay, thank you. For what it's worth, I agree with you. When I'm in a land use hearing, it's kind of too late. I'm sort of largely interpreting code. There's very little subjectivity, and you want to be careful about how you use the subjectivity. It's when you're constructing the code that you actually have an opportunity to influence the long range outcomes in your community. And so that's my take. I think that's all of my questions.
Ready?
I really don't have any questions. I think your answers are to the questions that have been asked are satisfying for me.
I guess my only question is, do you feel like you have a clear understanding of what the time commitments and responsibilities are to fulfill your role if you're appointed?
I would think I have a reasonable understanding, but all of my information comes from what was available on the website. So if that is inaccurate or doesn't paint the complete picture, I guess I'd be interested to know that.
I haven't looked at the website recently, but I will say that it's my experience. It's one of those things that tends to be pretty routine, and some meetings there's nothing to discuss, and then there'll be something like there were communication towers put up on Squaw Pass, and that was a issue where many neighbors were engaged, and there were some long discussions. So that does happen once in a while, and those generally happen in the evenings. So
yeah, I mean, as far as the meeting schedule goes, that isn't a problem. And then I assume there's, requisite homework that you have to do before the meeting. I did go back and read through the previous minutes and agendas, and it didn't seem like something that I was going to be in over my head with time commitment wise.
okay, that's just something we generally ask that when people apply. Yeah, thank you so much for your interest.
Yeah,
The way the process works, and I'm favorably impressed with your application. We will have a chance, the three of us, to discuss this in the very near future, and then Beth will reach out to you with our decision.
great.
We'll take it from there.
All right. Well, thank you for your
Thanks for
time.
coming in
thanks a lot.
today.
Can we ask for this to be on the next agenda or county manager's update?
Yeah, it's fine with me.
So that would be
Do you want? a session?
19th?
Whatever staff feels is appropriate on the 19th, whether it's manager update or written onto the agenda for us to make determinations on these two interviews.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So they said they were gonna be here in a half an hour ago.
They're here.
Are they here? Okay, perfect.
Do you have it? Right. Is anybody online, like Lindsay Valdez?
Nothing I see. I'm gonna pull up a few chairs.
Yeah.
Really quick.
So it's like, I need to find out before you guys walk out of this building.
Oh, John Sellers, I see. I'm gonna make him a panelist.
You guys want to
Come
come
on
up
up, you
here?
guys.
We have the panelists we need.
Yep, I have John Sellers online.
Is Nicole online also? Can you check and see?
Nemmers.
Okay, well, first off, welcome and thank you for your flexibility in our new agenda system where we no longer put dates on things. I think it's gonna take collectively a little bit of time to
Get used to that.
get this optimized. Another thing that we have done is set more clear expectations for how these type of work sessions go. And what we would ask is that you end the conversation with what you need from us, right? If you need some opinions on some of your strategies or just anything, it's an opportunity for you to have our attention and to get whatever you need figured out. And then beyond that, we've all looked at the presentation, so I would ask you to not painstakingly go over every word of the presentation since we've already read it, but maybe to call out anything that's really interesting that you think deserves further conversation. Anything to add, George or Randy?
No, thank you.
Okay, well, that the floor.
Okay, good work.
Awesome. Can I share my slide? Are you gonna share?
Oh, do you want me to do it or would you like to do it?
I think I can drive that way.
Okay.
I can,
Let me make you a panelist real quick and then you can share your screen.
just that way I don't have to keep asking you to
That's totally fine. Makes my job easy.
going through the stuff. There we go. All right. Thank you. I'll keep what you have in mind and jump through here. So the board and I are just happy to be here to give you guys an update and kind of go over some things and kind of touch on discussion items that we've had with you in the past. So with strategic planning, we just wanted to bring this up again and let you know that in everything that we're doing, we continuously ask ourselves questions such as, is this helping us reach the right target, understand visitor identity? Does this help increase local partnerships, benefit the community? Is it a best solution? Does it encourage visitation, strengthen our local economy and support our local business? So we've really pivoted, trying to put this in the first thought whenever we're doing anything. And so with that, with the après-ski destination campaign, same thing, we really wanted to kind of help bolster our businesses and give them, a little bit more revenue, hopefully by, sharing marketing and advertising with the slow start to ski season this year. The snow didn't fall as quickly as we hoped. And so we created this campaign. Then we created the unique landing page to track our overall website traffic, see how the visitation is. This is traditionally how we've really, measured partly a return on our investment. Are people seeing the information we're sharing? Are we reaching visitors before they arrive at our destinations? And then the visitor guide, we have really, pivoted and not done a printed version. We're doing the virtual only edition. Let me find my notes on this. So we have an issue publication, which is issue.com. That's received 5,000 impressions with about an average 4-minute read time. So we get a really good footprint on that dashboard. On our website, we've had relatively lower numbers than we anticipated. So our board is deciding, what the best solution is for this product, if we need to adapt it into something different going forward, what that looks like. So I'm going to jump into our upcoming projects. One of the exciting things we're working on is the digital kiosk. We received a grant from the State Tourism Office for this project. So we are hoping to have that installed by the end of April. There's just a few design elements we're working through and then working with the county's IT department, make sure we have the proper connections at the 1531 Colorado for that. This is exactly what it looks like. It's kind of a bronze coppery color. It's a 55-inch touchscreen, so you're going to be able to access it if you were in a wheelchair or if you were just freestanding. It meets all of the what am I trying to say? The standards, industry standards. Thank you. And then the visitor handout, it folds out to an 18 by 20 trail map. We've distributed about 13,500 of those. We have another 10,000 we're going to be distributing along the I-70 corridor and in 2 different shopping malls coming up beginning in May. And I just want to take a moment and thank, your county mapping department and your county trails team for their help on this. The mapping department was fantastic in identifying the 40 trails that we list on there and making sure we had locations correct and, that we were putting the right trails on the map. And then, the county trails team has been fantastic. We're working with, we buy the little acrylic cases and then they will fill them on several of your county trails throughout. So a new one we're doing is we're working with the roundabout, trying to help market the free shuttle, and really great to meet with Beth and Sonori a few weeks ago and just kind of understand a few of the needs that could help the roundabout, whether it's creating a schedule or benches or, different promotional items to increase that ridership and reduce the cost per rider. So that's one example of really trying to take our funds and use it a little bit differently than we've had, but still working to market and advertise a need for the county.
I notice an emphasis on safety in that messaging. Are you seeing that that's a important factor in getting people to ride a shuttle service?
I would turn that back to the roundabout. That is part of their original branding. So I believe that it is part of their mission.
Thanks.
The next big one is, taking on,
That is interesting, because I don't know, I live in a world where safety is a given, right? If I get on RTD or something, I don't even think about getting in an accident. I think about, is it gonna get me to where I wanna go? And they promise.
Is it convenient?
Yeah.
Yes, that was it.
that's great. We hope it's safe.
We certainly expect it to be.
I mean,
I think the intention with that was meeting federal regulations.
okay.
Was also to stress the safety for 20% of our riders are seniors, 15 to 18% of our riders are children. We wanted to share that this is a safe ride. We hired drivers that watch out for their people. So
I'm not your target market.
yeah, it's my target.
So the next one is the renaming of Mount Blue Sky, both the mountain and the scenic and historic byway. A lot of different changes on our website, different maps. It's an ongoing, kind of discovery of things that need to be updated. We did recently update our tear-off maps. I did bring some of those to share with you, and those are used at the visitor centers and as a wayfinding tool when people stop in and ask, where can I go? What part's closed for winter? What part, where can I go have a picnic, et cetera. And that map was originally provided by the U.S. Forest Service, and then we adapted it and have worked with them to kind of update it. And then we take on the expense of printing and producing those. So I do have those with me today to share with you. Would you like them now or later? I'll show you what they look like. So it's kind of fun. It's just like a tear off map. And so then one side's Guanella, one side's Mount Blue Sky. So you guys can have as many as you like. And then, with some of the things that are undecided, we try to, like, for example, wilderness area is just named wilderness area for the official destination. Is it Mestahehe or Mestahe? Mestahe. So Mestahe has been noted on here also. So we've tried to capture all of the things that are current that have been renamed. So really excited about that. And that's a tool that's requested from the visitor centers.
Yeah.
One other item, speaking of the same topic, working with the Forest Service, they hand out a brochure to every vehicle that passes through the reservation gate. And we inquired about putting something on there to encourage visitation into our communities. And so came up with this CJ Minor graphic, support the Live Wild, Care for Colorado messaging, but also talk about the other things that there are to do in the county It's a little bit more text heavy than a usual advertisement because this is going to a graphic. It's going to an informational type of brochure versus just like a map. This slide just talks about some of the things that we've done as far as collaborating with the community and different organizations that we continue to partner with or be a part of. We're still continuing to do our Live Wild messaging, you know, to work at building that responsible tourism. I've lost my place. All right, I'm going to go back for one slide here. Another item that we're going to be working with is the State Tourism Office. And we received a photo package as one of our grants from a couple years ago. And the state has now hired that photographer to come and go ahead and take care of that. And so we're working with them to identify what kind of images and photography we'd like to have that would really illustrate the Live Wild messaging, being a responsible visitor. And so we're working on creating that photo package, and that will happen over the summer. This is just an example of what the signs look like out in the county. These are the Live Wild signs that Jonathan Butcher and the county trails team helped us hang. And again, just really trying to push visitation back to, you know, the revenue sources, right? Trying to connect the trails and the cash registers, as we've talked about. So there's an opportunity for us to develop more signs, and that dialogue it has been started. It needs to be revisited with Jonathan Butcher and Amy Saxton to figure out what these signs need to look like. Do they need to change? What's the need? And with the budget we have, we'll be able to produce a dozen, maybe 24 more signs for the county. And this is the part I know that you guys have been waiting for. And we're really excited to have a new partnership with this location analytic data. It gives us the ability to look at visitors and residents also, and to really better understand our visitor, try to be more strategic in our approach, really try to hone in on where they're coming from, where they're going immediately before or after their visit to the county, who they are. And then we can also look at comparison analysis. Do we want to compare, you know, our demographic to those of a sister county or a different town, or, you know, business to business? We can also pull data. We can look at collectively an industry as a whole, whether that be, you know, our rafting industry, our restaurant industry. We can look at different pools and understand them collectively, or we can get, you know, down into the fibers of it and really understand how each business is doing. So this is new to us. This is something we just signed on last week. So I've just gone through onboarding. I'll go through several more trainings to understand how we can really use the data to better understand our visitor demographic. But, you know, just as you saw in the packet, you know, these are just a couple examples. I think it's interesting to compare to 2019 pre-pandemic. How do our levels compare? And we still haven't quite come up to those levels. So the gray is an indicator of where we were in 19, and the blue is where we are in 23. And so we still haven't quite met, you know, our banner years, because 18 and 19 for lodging tax, as an example, were a really, really strong years for us. This is another example of how the report looks, different kinds of reporting that it provides. So again, seeing where they came from before, after their visits. And I'm going to leave it on here. So last night I played around. I couldn't help myself. I wanted to give you more than this. And so I have 4 reports, so one for each of you and one for you, county manager. This first one is the county as a whole. We requested this segment to look at. And so what that means is this is a verified segments. So what they've done is they've gone in on their end per our request and, drawn this polygram, if you will, around, and I can, do you want me to pull it up on the screen? I can if I find.
While she's doing that, let me say, I'm so pleased to hear that she's purchased this. I've had 2 demos myself with this same group in the last 6 months. Just one last week where they were specifically, I asked them to specifically target in on the DOD area because we're doing that master plan. And to see where people are stopping, to see where people are spending their money, to see where they're leaving, to then go spend their money. It's a very interesting.
Right.
Very pleased to see that
What's your name?
got access to this.
And the capabilities, I mean, we don't even know, how useful this could end up being in terms of our mission and from a management perspective of, you can find out where these people came from, what zip codes and also, their spending behaviors and all these things.
Yeah.
So we can really, hone in our marketing and make the management part of the marketing, because we're going after the more, the most beneficial groups to the community.
It's got multiple uses because you're looking at it from a tourism perspective. I was looking at it from an ED lens, economic development lens of where people, right? And just to see it in the DLD area was very interesting.
This is, I think, the most positive development that I've seen during my time in office. Very grateful. Really look forward to hearing your observations about how this is going to change your strategy and tactics of marketing. To go from an approach where I'm a gardener, right? And so you have 2 choices in gardening. You can either put every nutrient that you think your garden might need into the soil, or you can test your soil and figure out what you need. And I think this is an example of testing the soil. And I think we'll find out we need some more nutrients in places like 6th Street. I welcome this. I'm very excited to see it. I would love an opportunity to kind of dig into this myself. It's probably just my personality. I like looking at data and trying to solve problems. I want to point out one thing that is a little bit of a curiosity that I want you to ask as you're going through these trainings. I don't see any visits recorded in Georgetown. And I wonder if this has something to do with how we know someone has visited and the lack of cell service. I just wonder, if we have data accuracy issues.
Is this mostly mobility data? Is that that's what I want to know.
It's device ID data, so I think it's based on cellular data versus Wi-Fi technology. So
That's what I meant, cellular data, mobility data, basically based on what your devices you're carrying with you at a given moment, as opposed to capturing actual spending or anything like that, but knowing trends and demographics of the people. I'm sorry, George, I interrupted you. That triggered me.
No, it's the same question. I think the easiest way to frame the question is, are we sure when a cell phone goes into an area that doesn't have cell service, it's being counted?
Well, and I think that with any kind of reporting devices, there's always going to be a margin for error, and I think that, it would be wonderful to have a small work session with this company. They will do that on our behalf. They will come and hold a presentation while we're learning about it to officials like yourself to really help you understand how it can work. If that's something you're interested in, I'd be happy to, set that up and kind of understand more of how we can really get the data that you're looking for and what kind of questions we can find out. In addition, so this is a basic report. This is like a top level report. There's also inside of this toolkit, there is extra reports. So we discovered just the other day that there's even like a retail leakage report, that there's a heat map, that there's different kinds of additional supporting reports depending on what information you're looking for. So, whether we're looking at industry specific, we're looking at visitors versus residents, you can break it in. So the one that you have in front of you is geared on visitation only versus we try to filter out the residents from this.
Right. I think one thing that could help answer George's question, it may help a little bit, is I asked the same question when we've done the exact same work with the exact same stuff over at NOCO.
Okay.
And we asked the same question. It's like, well, if we're looking at dispersed recreational data, mobility data, how are we going to capture it when we know that a lot of our heaviest dispersed recreation areas don't have cell service? And they said when and this is the thing I'm about to say is something most of us know. You know that when you don't have cell service, you're still accessing GPS satellites and your phone is still telling you your elevation and where you are and all that kind of stuff. That's stored in your phone. And when you come back into range, that then becomes accessible to the people that are doing this analysis. So they're able to, once you're back into range, they're able to access where you've been on the phone.
Okay, hopefully this software can do the same thing.
It should.
Yeah, I can't speak specifically to this. I'm just saying that was the answer we got there, and that's the capabilities there to be able to do it. So
I'm curious, page 5
Okay.
has some statistics. The title is look back and prior post compare. Can you explain what this data means?
So this is where the phone travels immediately prior to or after they visited the county. So this is saying.
That's what confuses me because some of these are in the county. And some of them aren't.
It's a collection of visitors and a collection of locals traveling through the county. So like she said, either where they start or where they go, right? So like 1% are either starting or going to the airport after they've been here. I was looking at similar data during my review of the.
Yeah, I guess the thing that, okay.
And some of those
And
questions would
some
be,
places in the county don't have identifiers. So if you go to my house, it's not going to show up on here. It has to be business or it has to meet some criteria to even be a candidate to be counted.
We can draw a thing around his house.
Can we put Sean's house on?
I think we can.
it would just depend
That's what.
on if there was enough data supported. Yes, yes. But this kind of helps us gauge, to what you're saying. Yes, it's in the county. So that is interesting because this is a new report that was just drafted for us. So those are great questions for me to ask and find out. What does this mean when they're in the county, but is it just because they're circulating in the county that they're staying in the county? And it's based on timeframes. So at the end of the month, they're going to roll out a reduced time frame. So right now, this is based on like a 7-minute interval to say like this is a quality visit versus like a 1-minute bathroom stop. So right now, the Gateway Visitor Center the numbers aren't true and factual because they aren't allowing for those bathroom visits where we can digest the data to say, here's how many visits are 7 minutes. So they're most likely going into your shop versus people that are just using your bathroom, right? So we'll be able to break the report that way also. The additional interesting thing about this report is visitors by origin. And looking down at the next page to say, what zip codes are people traveling from in the Front Range? And
Before you move on,
Yes.
totally off that, I know Apple is continuing to be an innovator when it comes to privacy for its users. Are any of the Apple users able to say, you know what, I don't want anybody knowing where I'm going or why. I want to be completely invisible to this whole population of companies that are trying to analyze and sell stuff to me or sell stuff to other people based on my data.
Yeah.
You know the answer to that?
I think this is based on apps. So if you have an app on your phone, when you agree to have that app on your phone, you allow for this information to be shared.
I know that all of this data is scrubbed of personal information so that, when we started doing this work over at NOCO, it was the same thing. It's like, wait a minute, what kind of information is out there that can be, and it's all scrubbed. But the real question Sean's asking is, can you prevent yourself from falling into the database to where you never show up in the data to begin
Is the
with?
data complete?
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
Okay, that's still something I'm curious about, but I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, more great questions and I'll go back and make sure I get them and ask and follow up with you. I think that they're great questions. And we're going to learn right alongside and understand how, what can be, made from this data and how to better utilize it. So you have this report in front of you. Another report I wanted to show you is we can create polygons around areas. So another idea we thought, let me stop sharing this one. I'll grab the other one. This one is looking at the Bakerville exit for parking for Grays and Tories and the trailhead. What is the name of that trail on the north side of the highway?
Gulch. You talking about Herman Gulch?
Yes, I think that's correct.
At exit
At the next
218,
exit.
Okay,
Herman
Exit-
Gulch is next.
exit 218.
okay.
Yeah.
Is that where they park though?
No,
Yeah.
Okay,
they park at Bakerville.
okay.
If for Herman Gulch, they park at Herman Gulch. And for
Right.
Bakerville, it's Grays and Tories.
Okay,
You can get to Herman Gulch from parking at Bakerville. You go, this is really, anyway.
so
it's
the
immaterial.
interesting thing about this is if you were to draw, so I tried to draw a polygon around the Paw Trail and Empire, except there was not enough information for me to source, so I wasn't able to use that one. This one, there's 33,000 visitors a year. Let me pull it up for you. And so there's enough data for them to pull. So this was done in just a few clicks of a button. And now the report is something we can go and access and compare to year over year.
It's interesting. It verifies the trail counts we did on Stevens Gulch Road a few years ago. It's about 34,000 cars a summer.
Mhm.
Yeah, and that's right. Yeah, right there with that number.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'd be interested in knowing what they're using for Bakerville parking areas too. Are they counting the road all the way up to the trailhead?
On the front page of that packet, you can see where the.
Okay, that's a polygon that they're counting in. Okay.
First.
So it really just captures that the parking lot at the bottom, but.
Yeah, I try to go both ways in case there's people parking that dirt lot on the other side. And I don't know how far up the road people park.
All
There. Okay,
As
okay.
far as they.
And
possibly-
there is a certain part without requesting a polygon through the company. This is just something, it only lets you draw a certain size polygon without them having to go in and create proper data sets. But this is an example of if a business isn't listed within our product, we can draw a polygon like this. This polygon can also be applied to Sixth Street. It can be applied to Minor Street. It can be applied to, part of Empire. It can be part of, it can also be drawn over special events. So the Slacker, we want to understand who's at that race this day. We can understand who's there. This data allows us to look back to 2017, so we can do year over year analysis, and kind of look at data depending on what the end goal is and what we're trying to determine.
What it cost?
About 13.5.
A year.
Per year.
Yes,
How many users?
one.
Did you talk to your people and see if we can get?
So I have reached out to them because the data meeting that Beth held, that was a great meeting. And they're even new to Placer. That was CSU or
UC Boulder.
UC. Okay. And I thought that was interesting that, they're just now discovering Placer. They're looking at it to see what the impacts of Sanders is having on the football world in Boulder, but
They are. They measured the fan base from before Coach Prime and after Coach.
Yeah, I do want to say this, that the value of the Bakerville parking area data as an example, I'm just going to say this, and sorry to be, like Debbie Downer here, but I think this polygon is of limited value to tell us anything about visitation because what you're picking up here is people that park at that spot. In the wintertime data, that's going to be pretty valid data. And it's going to tell you how many people are parking there in the winter. The vast majority of people who are visiting this area for recreation and park to recreate here are not parking inside that polygon. They're parking up the road, like almost all the parking for the Grays and Tories Trailhead as an example. And since we don't have businesses here that we're relating to, that we're capturing who's been at a business and we can see where they go from here, and that's important. But almost all the people that are recreating in that area are parking outside that polygon to the south.
so
Just want to say that.
no, and it's very informative and
If they just drive through there,
my creative
capturing everybody driving through,
thinking
that's different.
is if we were to draw polygons over, let's say, a half a dozen of our popular trailheads.
Right.
Okay, and we're gonna capture 1 minute data instead of 7 minute data on 6 of our popular trailheads, right? And then we're going to extrapolate that down and discover what zip codes they're coming from. And then we take those zip codes and we retarget them with a live wild messaging on how to treat us when you're up here.
Right.
And, you know, you can take it and you can use the science to be more direct in your messaging and reach the person that we need to reach. Or we say, this isn't the demographic we want here. So now let's go over to Grand County. Let's find out who's visiting there and let's get their zip codes. And then let's retarget those zip codes and tell them that they should stop here before they go there. You know, I mean, I think that the science of it and trying to take the data and find out what you said, 5 clicks got me this information. Is it worth it? Do I need it? Or does it offer me nothing?
If it's a valuable sample still and it tells you something about where people are coming from this area, all I'm saying is that we know from local experience that that's not the summertime trailhead. There may be a few people that park down there, but almost everybody parks up the road from there as far as they can and then walks from there. So, but if this gives you the same kind of demographic sampling of where people are coming from and going to, as you would have captured up the hill, so that you know who to target later, then it's valuable. That's,
I think it's valuable just to see how the tool works, right?
Yeah.
Even though this
There's
particular
that.
data might
Yes.
not be.
Well, and I think it just gives you an idea of what we can do with it from a set data set to a created point of interest.
Mhm.
And then working with the 3 of you, the county manager, other elected officials, different municipalities to figure out what can we do as your tourism entity to help understand your visitor and get the right visitor here, right? And that's the continued mission, is to make sure we're getting the best valuable visitor that
Yep.
ideally.
Yeah, and I mean, I just can't emphasize enough how welcome the opportunity to have the conversation and make observations like the one Randy's making is. And on this data in particular, like this data could be useful in other arenas as well. If we're talking about the Bakerville parking lot, geez, what about the number of 1-minute visits we get to the Bakerville parking lot on Sunday evenings?
yeah, no kidding.
It's like we've been telling CDOT that number is very large. We have physical evidence that number is very large. Being able to actually put some data to that might help us, right?
We have a collection of that evidence.
I think, I hope it's in the landfill by now. So, yeah.
That's great.
What do you need from us?
I would love the opportunity to continue this conversation and to talk more about how we can align your goals, you know, with tourism and better understand, you know, how a tool like this can benefit the county from your perspective.
Right.
And then I think, you know, if we're sitting about 5 board members, we can have up to 9. So I think it'd be great to have a few more board members. We need a lodging representative on our board. That chair's been vacant for a while. And also a restaurant. So lodging and a restaurant would be ideal. I know you've mentioned a heritage tourism representative. So those 3, if we could add those 3 to our board, I think that would be great. We have a great board right now, but those are some open chairs that I've seen a need for.
Well, I think I don't want my comment to, I'm not trying to throw water on it. I think it's great data. I think it's exactly what we should be doing. I think then when we see it, as George said, and go, well, there's different areas we can use it for, whether it's economic development and tourism, whether it's recreation management, whether it's hotspot managements that we need to deal with. I mean, it's all important data. And when we look at our first passes through it, which is what this is, we can say, oh, here's a way we can prove this. We need a polygon that tells us this or tells us that, depending on the purpose you're looking at. And again, I think it may be perfectly valid to say that the people that I agree that we're probably capturing a lot of body stops at the, you know, if it's a 1 to 7 minute stop within that polygon.
You can set it.
Yeah, but the point is, however, that, you know, wherever that falls, depends on what they're doing, but in any case, all I'm saying is it's valuable data and we can figure out how to use it as we refine. And, you know, we just I think we need to pick it apart and find ways to improve it going forward, because we're all going to be operating. Where are they coming from? Where are they going to? And how does this inform our economic land use decisions, recreation management decisions and everything?
What do you guys think?
And this might be able to be enhanced with additional data that we have at NOCO that could be, crossed over and added to the database at this time. So,
Well, then if NOCO can find another way for it, I'm happy to pull reports and to share the information. I know I have the license, the one license, but I have an unlimited amount of reports I could pull. And so if that is something, just to put that out there too, as it applies to different things.
I think I asked you in the data meeting, can you upload data to this platform?
I'm not sure if this one allows data like in setting data, I'm not sure. I will look and see. And as far as to answer your question, Sean, I'd like to open it up to John and my board if they have additional things they'd like to see from.
Before you do that, I just want to address what you said. I think maybe it makes sense for you to connect with our staff to sort of figure out how we might be able to work more closely together with this new data source. And then out of that conversation, I think you'll figure out whether it makes sense to get on our calendar again and when. You agree?
Yeah, definitely.
And as far as it goes with the different licenses, I think you stepped out when I was talking about that, but Placer said that they'd be happy to set up a call to discuss kind of what economic development or the county may be interested in doing with it, to better determine if it could be a consortium kind of package deal or if it would have to be, per user kind of rate. So, but they're happy to have that conversation with us.
That's awesome.
I know we have another semi-annual scheduled approximately 6 months from now. If that's our next work session on this, I think what would be helpful for me is to hear, what your kind of high level observations are as you've dug into the data to understand our tourism economy and visitation patterns. How that's like your initial impressions about how that might change the way that you're going to market, the where, et cetera. I think that would be, I think that's like an awesome next step. Does that sound good to you, Sean, Randy?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. What do you do? How do you use it to benefit your mission? Further your mission. Okay, I'm sorry, back to you guys, your board members.
Do you have any additional things that I've maybe forgotten to include as far as things that we could have the commission assist us with or different information we're looking from them?
Well, I think in terms of,
John's trying to talk. I can't hear him.
Try again.
can you hear me now?
Yep. Sorry.
Well, I think when it comes to just destination management, what we talk about it at our meetings, we have a hard time identifying priorities, where we should be allocating our resources, our funding, where we can have the most immediate impact and most significant impact. So just ask you guys to, keep us in the loop on any needs that you got. We try to stay in tune with everybody else and what's going on throughout the county. But if there's anything that you guys notice, please reach out and keep us in the loop and let us know how we can assist with those plans. Cause that's kind of been, we've identified with your help and with all the stakeholders in the county what some of these issues are, but trying to prioritize them has been challenging. Want to make sure that we're taking as much information into account when we make those decisions. So any insight you guys can provide on that would be helpful.
I also think about this data potentially has a lot of value to the business community in terms of who's here and what do they want and how can we serve them better and, make a better profit. So I'd be kind of curious to hear when we meet again, what your thoughts are about how to package and make these results or this information available to entrepreneurs and people who live in the county or people who might want to open businesses here.
I think that would be an amazing service that we could provide. And, would give me an opportunity to give them a small, consultation on the product and, give back with the tax dollars that have been paid to our organization to help, whether it's our hotel's top line, since we're a lodging tax funded organization, and then work down into our retail and our restaurants and our amenities and our attractions. And, I think that you're absolutely right. I think I would love to have this data if I was a business owner in the county, for sure.
Yeah, and probably, Georgetown specifically, probably
municipalities.
benefit from the business owners here from knowing who's here. Because it's different than Idaho Springs.
With, and we're avoiding duplication of efforts with the EDC. I would encourage a
Mhm.
conversation with Lindsay about how to be additive.
We're very excited. We've been talking, she has a different product that talks about the economic landscaping and forecasting, you know, if a snowboard company was to start building snowboards here, what that would do for the economy, whereas this product is talking more about visitor analysis. So they could talk to each other. The program she has, and the program that we have, you know, but definitely I think we're set to have lunch next week and to talk about this and really figure out how we can, you know, whether it's a new business coming to town and providing information on similar businesses, I think it would be a great opportunity.
This is an excellent update. Thank you very much. Anything else before we move on? No. Again,
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
John.
Did I mess you up at all?
No,
Okay,
no worries.
okay.
I like it when people share their own. It's much easier.
I closed my laptop and I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, no, you're totally fine.
Okay, thanks.
The next action session is consideration of approval of memorandum of understanding among the County of Gilpin, County of Clear Creek, and Town of Netherlands.
Yes, hey, everybody. Well, I'm hoping to resolve the cellular and network gaps in service, if we can, with expanding broadband. You guys did a lot of work, I think, in 2018, 2017, when you did the strategic broadband plan with Neo Connect, Open County. And we've been carrying forth that effort since John Bottomley left, working with Nate at Project Thor, Flo at Dr. Cog, and having weekly meetings with Gilpin County, Town of Netherland. We also have Jeffco and Grand County coming, just listening in to all the broadband efforts we're working on. The state, as you know, got a bunch of IIJA money for broadband. And part of this money was for technical assistance to help small rural jurisdictions like ours write grants and hopefully, you know, secure some federal funding to expand broadband. We have a grant application coming up for the BEAD funding. We have been trying to use the leverage with our friends, which are internet service providers in the other counties, to make a larger regional application to be more attractive. Neo Connect was assigned to us and Gilpin and Netherland as our technical assistance provider. So they are helping us in some data collection and background gathering, things like that, so we can work with internet service providers to submit a BEAD grant. Part of making that attractive ask was forming this sort of unified regional effort of the three jurisdictions of Clear Creek, Gilpin, and Netherland. Flo Rotano had kind of said, this would be a good idea if you did this. It would look really good in the grant applications. And so I believe Gilpin County Attorney made the first draft, Netherland edited, Peter edited, and now we are bringing it to you all for signature. I just printed off the Gilpin County signature. They signed this morning. Netherlands signed a couple weeks ago. I'm just waiting for their signature page. And to be really honest, the agreement doesn't commit you to anything fiscal or liable. It's just shows a partnership between the three jurisdictions to show a unified effort from our area to the state and to the feds. And so we'd like to ask if you guys would sign this MOU so that we can include it as part of the grant application documents and in our discussions with the Colorado Broadband Office. That's it.
Okay, thanks. Do you share that legal opinion that this is a document essentially without any financial or other liability for us?
Yes, and I reviewed it for the substance, not for the form, and I agree.
Okay, perfect. George?
I'm in support of this. I want to make one observation. There's something I've not seen in any other agreement. I think I'm prepared to approve it anyway. It is in governance composition. I think once we sign this document, as I read it,
Mm-hmm,
we name you our designee
mm-hmm.
or delegate to you appointment authority for a future designee. Am I reading that right?
Yes. you
Okay,
are.
so when we approve this document, the decision about who's on this board is
Right.
Beth's. And if we end up with a different operations director, we have to re-sign the MOU. It's just a little bit curious. Usually we refer to positions and usually appointment authority lives with the board.
Do we have to redo it?
So I did very briefly have a discussion with the Gilpin County Attorney. If need be, we would end up having to just amend that one section so that we can clarify it. This came to me after it apparently already been vetted and gone to the boards and was planned to go to the boards. So rather than change it at this point, we left it as it is.
I mean, this is not something that I can't live with. I think actually the board has authority to direct the operations director to appoint someone that we please.
Absolutely.
If that's what we want. So
Oh, yeah.
I don't, like, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna hold this up over that. I'm
I'm aware
observing
of- I'm
a
aware of-
curiosity.
Yeah,
And if this curiosity did come up because of the timing of your review opportunity, I think that's something that could be corrected moving forward.
Yes.
yeah, I agree. I'm fine with it the way it is.
Mhm.
All right, well, if you don't have any further questions, I'll entertain the motion.
Move to approve the memorandum of understanding among the county of Gilpin, county of Clear Creek, and the town of Netherland. Yeah.
Want to second that?
Second, yeah, I thought you sounded like you were going on, like,
Well, I was-
and you
just
looked
stop.
in there and I was
You just
waiting for
stop.
the next
I know, it's a
words to
long
follow,
time.
so.
Usually there's a
tracking.
description of the MOU too, and I was
Right,
looking
yeah.
for it, but anyway.
Yeah, okay, well, in that case, second, if there's
We
nothing
have
else
a
to.
motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, Beth.
Thank you, Beth.
All right, this brings us to our last agenda item. Work session to discuss the Clear Creek Fire Authority organizational review next steps. Brian Bossart, we had a conversation at the mayors and commissioners meeting.
Yeah.
Sorry. We discussed the fire authority and study and kind of our process with the municipalities of how we're gonna move forward at the mayors and commissioners meeting exactly a week ago. And part of that, I believe, we settled on a date for our first meeting and a rough agreement to meet monthly going forward.
Yes, I'm just asking Beth to look that date up for us.
Searching right now.
I think like the third Monday of this month.
March 18th, 6 PM. Does that sound right? I've got a Idaho Springs City Council Chambers,
My phone must not be updating.
6 PM. Yeah, joint meeting. And change the title a little bit to be municipalities, emergency services district, fire authority board, to discuss fire protection and emergency response.
When is our next newsletter published?
Probably the end of this month. Usually they come out the last week of the month.
Where I'm going with that is I think it would be nice to make an effort to communicate this meeting as best we can to let the public know that we're talking about this and that it is a public meeting, right? They're welcome to attend. So whether that's Facebook or Instagram, whatever.
I can do that.
And I think some effort to try to carefully construct an agenda.
Very important. Yeah.
And run it by the municipalities. And does it make sense to let them run the meeting since it's their own board?
Certainly can. I mean, it's similar to,
We have on an agenda.
Right.
Does it make sense to offer to pay a facilitator?
yeah, we discussed that and we didn't bring it up during the mayors and commissioners meeting. Facilitator will help in the dynamics of the actual meeting. I still think with the municipalities have to agree on what that agenda looks like.
Right.
And I guess that question I would throw back at you guys is how do we? I mean, I'll just talk with each of you individually, leading up to the 18th, where probably quickly to figure out what that agenda looks like. I actually have a meeting with my counterparts in Georgetown, Idaho Springs tomorrow at lunch.
Since our next meeting's on the 19th. Yeah.
So I'll interact with each of you individually to talk about what specifics should we be discussing at that meeting.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very sensitive to perceptions about how this meeting goes and want to avoid the perception that this agenda is the BoCC's agenda.
Sure.
And that this effort is our effort, because it's not. This is basically the
common
entire district's effort. And that's why I think if there's a way to share the leadership of this process, I would be for that.
Yes, and I think in terms of, an example would be in determining what should and shouldn't be on the agenda. That's an example where we need input from everyone, both for the purpose of making sure we do talk about the things we should and don't forget to, and also confine it to the things that are going to be the most productive for us. But that's based on everybody else's perspective of what those things are.
We want to talk about that now, or is that something we should talk individually?
I mean, I think we talk a little bit about it now. I mean, one of the things I walked out of the breakfast meeting last week was Kelly is kind of taking this in a direction that I personally don't think is in alignment with the recommendations from Mission CIT. He specifically brought up a proposal about a modest tax increase, a staffing increase. And I don't think his high level plan closes the gaps in terms of coverage that Mission CIT clearly identified. And so my question that I don't know the answer to is how is that properly discussed in this meeting in a way that educates everyone there and starts to help drive us toward a path that actually solves the problem?
Yeah, and I didn't talk with Kelly to ask him to elaborate on that later, but I had the same kind of a sense that, well, this looks like a type of improvement, but it looks like more investment into the exact same thing we've been doing the whole time, as opposed to any kind of, unique, creative ways to change the model or restructure anything. It looked like we'll get 2 more FTEs on in order to accomplish this. So now we'll have twice as much coverage, but otherwise everything remains the same.
Yeah, I mean, the question is whether our only problem is money. That's kind of the elephant in the room. And
The only problem what?
is money, right?
And it's not.
Well, you could split that report into 3 different sections, right? Governance, operations, and the fiscal aspect of funding fire protection. I mean, those are the 3 broad categories I think we all need to come together and discuss.
Yeah. I had hoped that the fire authority board was going to be able to, we have decided to ask fire authority staff to prioritize focusing on the operational recommendations, including whether to adopt them and how to prioritize them. I was hoping that tomorrow night, when a work session would be our first receipt of that. That work session has been canceled because Kelly is presenting to Georgetown on Wednesday night.
What?
I'm not sure, but Kelly has been he's been presenting to all of the municipalities boards. And I haven't watched the presentations. But
At the direction of the fire authority board?
no. Well,
No, sorry.
you know how sometimes on a board, it can be hard to know what's direction and what's not direction. That was just ice falling off the upper roof.
Those-
So the reason I brought that up is because it was my hope that one of the things that could be on the agenda was time for the fire authority to comment on those operational recommendations. It seems like that might not be feasible. Because the fire authority board won't have time to hear the recommendations from its staff and decide what its message is. So.
I mean, I think there's certainly we need to hear from all of you and the municipalities with respect to those operational recommendations as well, right? Because that report tied fire protection to an NFPA standard that relates to rural fire protection. And
That applies to us.
does that apply to us? Is that too high of a standard?
There is no lower standard that I'm aware of.
Well, that's why I raised the issue, right? Is that I think the bodies need to have that conversation also to ensure that you're all on that same page.
Yeah,
That you all agree that we should be aspiring to this standard.
Yeah, and I think the intent, well, my intent as one member of that board is not that the fire authority would tell the jurisdictions which of those operational issues matter as a final word, but say, here's our take, right? Here's this specific operational thing was stated, but we actually think we can get fire inspections done like this, and we don't need to hire a fire marshal,
yeah.
right? If the fire authority board wants to say that to the jurisdictions, I think that's a good way to contribute to the conversation. Or it is just one example of one small operational observation.
I think one problem with the way we're headed to is there are key stakeholders who aren't sitting at the table. And I'm thinking specifically about St. Mary's and Alice. They don't have a political body up there, but in my estimation, they're among the most vulnerable residents in our entire county when it comes to fire protection. And I would probably say the same thing about the area of Floyd Hill. That's a distance away from DLD or Georgetown or Idaho Springs. And so I'm wondering what we might be able to do to invite those stakeholders to be part of this conversation sooner rather than later. And DLD is another example. I mean, I think one of the strategies that I've seen is we're going to take the paid people in DLD and move them somewhere else. And if I lived in DLD, I'd be like, wait a second, are you going to leave some people to take care of us here?
Yeah, and I mean, it's like, you're reminding me that Amy, what were the numbers? Population numbers? Dumont's population is more than the sum of the population of Empire and Silver Point, correct?
Yeah, DLD is 512.
Yeah, and Empire's
It's not the same as Empire and Silver.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
And they're not part of this conversation.
Yeah, I mean, well, they are, so like their political body is us, right? And so you're doing your job by pointing out that their outcomes matter.
If you go out to the Empire metro area, like down to the junction and up to the condos and stuff, it's a little bigger, but they might be similar, but.
The metro.
Because we kind of do that with DLD. We've got a few miles along there so you could, but whatever the case is, I'm not disputing the fact that the point is they've got a population that's significant.
We did have a meeting internally also to speak and discuss about some of the direction you gave me coming out of the retreat. George and I have talked about that directly because in order to do some of the analysis that you're asking us to do, we've got to get inside. We need to know that there's a willingness to allow that to happen.
That may be a request we make of the fire authority board to direct their staff appropriately.
Okay.
Or something more informally, I don't know. Yeah.
We have two options there. One is I can bring this message as our representative. The other is we can write a letter.
Maybe start with you messaging it, and if that doesn't work, we try harder.
Okay.
The other thing I think that might be important to sketch out for the first meeting is maybe a timeline from now until the end of the year, because as we all know, the MOU, Fire Authority, goes away on New Year's Eve. And at this point, I'm not personally motivated to extend that deadline. I think this gives us a focus and some urgency around this. But I think what's important is to maybe look at it two ways. One of the ways is what do we absolutely have to get done, looking backwards from, and I wouldn't say December 31st, I would probably say November 30th or maybe even sooner. And then the other one is, if we even want to remotely entertain any sort of a ballot question, what does that timeline look like?
Yeah.
And what are the deliverables that we need to have in place and the consensus and agreements that we need to have in place to make that happen? I mean, I think it's completely doable. I think we have most of the data that we need. I just think it needs to be important enough for all of us to dedicate the focus and the time to make it happen.
It's a major goal of ours to get it done. And I think I agree that we're well informed enough to be able to agree on positions and direction from our perspective, at least.
Yeah. I agree. I think that might be like a really good thing to focus on the agenda. Something else that you guys should know, as we discussed, whether or not and when to extend the existing IGA. Fire authority staff, the fire chief has shared that fire authority staff is concerned about their job security. This comes up on the board when it comes up in any organization, when they're having big structural conversations. And I think it's important for this body, for everybody that's involved to communicate really clearly and emphatically that we have every intention of having firefighters in Clear Creek County on January 1st of next year, no matter what happens.
Yeah, this isn't being outsourced
Right.
to another
Right.
county or anything. Yeah.
None of these transitions imply changes to staff. We're still going to need, under any government structure, firefighters. And I think just for us in this public setting to say that we agree with that is, I think, one important step. The Fire Authority Board has also asked for a work session about how this information is being shared with staff. We want to make sure that the message coming from the fire chief is, hey, like, we're talking about governance and I want you to know, like, your job is safe. Like, this is not going to affect your job.
Well, it's clear that our intention is to create, I mean, everything we've stated, and I think what we tried to bring to the conversation is that and it's based on the mission CIT report, is that we're looking at tripling our capacity to provide fire response safety.
Yes.
There's nothing in that would imply that anybody, in general terms, that anybody's job security is threatened by this. Our intention is to increase effectiveness and investment in order to make sure we have the most robust fire protection that we can.
And yeah, I agree. And I mean, we're talking about hiring more firefighters.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. So you're safe. Yeah.
What I think would be really helpful would be to maybe talk about this in our joint meeting
For
and
sure.
ask anybody in the room if they feel differently about having firefighters on January 1st of 2025. I think everybody's answer is going to be the same. We're absolutely committed.
Yeah,
There's
equal
not an
agreement.
outcome that is going to involve us not having firefighters.
Yeah, it's equal agree. Yeah, we expect to have as many or more.
Right.
By that time.
So, yeah.
And the clear distinction is, I mean, there's two out of the three choices that Mission CIT proposed don't involve the fire authority continuing on. But that's a completely different conversation than
That's governance.
the particular people who are employed right now.
Right. Yeah. If the fire authority was to land under a different organizational structure, you're still going to need firefighters.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I would support a transition plan that kept those same people in those same positions, generally speaking.
Yeah, I think that's true. And again, we're looking at increasing capacity and effectiveness.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, and I think I have a small distinction. You mentioned, I mean, if the fire chief is going to do whatever messaging he feels like is in his organization's best interest, I think we have a different role and we have our own messaging that at times might contradict his. And I think that at some point we need to provide that messaging to the employees of the fire authority from us.
I think you're right. Yeah. Yeah, and we live in a country thankfully, that has the First Amendment, right? And so there's a question of the extent to which he's sharing his personal opinions and the extent to which he's sharing the position of the fire authority. And that's something that I kind of have my eye out for.
Yeah, and I don't think it would be appropriate for us as a political body to meet individually at this point with the individuals, like the town council of the various municipalities. I feel like that would maybe contradict what we're doing with everyone together, which is, I think, the right way to do this. I mean, at some point it might make sense, but I feel like that's not where I see this going in the near future for us.
That is a solid admonition. I will confess to you that I have had private conversations with mayors of Georgetown and Idaho Springs. I'm trying to get a conversation with the mayor of Silver Plume. Spoken to a couple members of Georgetown and Idaho Springs councils as well already.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about basically us inviting, let's just say, the town council of Idaho Springs to have a public meeting and not have Georgetown part of that conversation and not have the municipalities as part of that conversation.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think you're right.
So I can start drafting an agenda and probably try calling all of you today if possible, or tomorrow morning. I could float it tomorrow at my lunch with Idaho Springs and Georgetown.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always like the risk of first actor being perceived as trying to take over. I think as long as we say with lots of time, here are some early thoughts on the agenda. What would you add? What do you not want on here?
Draft all over it.
I think it's so much easier to respond to a straw man, right? And just say, hey, this is just some thoughts to get the conversation started. No one's married to this. And I think if we present it properly, people, and make sure people feel comfortable poo-pooing whatever we say, and that's a good way to start. Otherwise, there's so many people in that meeting. I think it could be hard to get can reach consensus.
Just last word from me. I do think a facilitator would be very helpful. If we had somebody that could, run the traps on constructing agendas and all that stuff.
I would be for that, and I would be for funding it from the county too.
Yeah, to a point.
It shouldn't cost. I mean, it's a few hours or so.
Maybe a Barrick Abramson or somebody like that, whomever.
Should I bring that up?
I wouldn't delay the meeting if we can't. So right now.
No, I was gonna ask, maybe that's one of the agenda topics.
Yeah. Should we hire a facilitator for deep dives?
Yeah.
Right.
There might even be the need for committees to basically meet in between the public meetings that have representatives from the different stakeholders.
Work groups.
And that's where a facilitator would be pretty helpful. Because I think there's a lot of sleeve rolling up that is going to happen.
And some of us might be a lot more interested in some topics than others.
Right.
So you're thinking that facilitator would attend all those work committee meetings also?
Not necessarily, but they might be able to navigate the conversation
Yeah, that would
about
get
the need for
expensive.
that and what they might look like.
They might help construct how the committee's operating for us, or how they relate, so that they can then be able to assemble whatever the output from the committees back into the whole body of the whole.
I did the thing that guarantees I have something else to say, which is say it's my last thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. All three of us are really good at that.
Yeah. I wanna state here, because I said I have intentions to meet with 3 of the 4 mayors. The reason I don't have intentions to meet with the mayor of Empire is because we serve on the fire authority board together, and so I can't legally do that.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
Wendy Koch, if you're listening, it's not personal. We'll see
Yeah,
you
it's
on
a
the fire
legal
authority
matter.
board.
It's a legal matter. You brought that up once before too. I remember you saying that you can't meet with Wendy, so, which brings a question then. maybe one of us should, in, whatever.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Yeah, construct the basis of the conversation and go have it.
This raises a tangential question, which is, have we made any progress in identifying and recruiting our second county board representative or board member for the fire authority? We've had an open spot for a while.
I'm talking to someone.
Does that someone seem like they're gonna be excited about it?
I think so.
Okay, good.
I know we've published it. I've had
Mhm.
like a small handful of conversations around the county, around St. Mary's, around Dumont. Hopefully somebody follows through and fills out an application.
Okay. Any other points we need to cover for this regular topic?
I think so.
We have an executive session, don't we? Almost forgot about it. All right, so this concludes our regular session for today, and we now move into executive session to discuss the following matters.
Okay, pursuant to CRS 246424B and E for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to county participation in a workforce housing development and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation, developing strategy for negotiation, instructing negotiators with regard to that participation. Pursuant to CRS 246424B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to reorganization of county divisions and departments. Pursuant to CRS 246402B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to proposed annexation of I-70 right-of-way by the city of Idaho Springs. And then there are two additional ones that don't appear on the written agenda, but I'm reading them into the record and they will be added to the supplemental. Pursuant to CRS 24640224B and E for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to enforcement of the county's building code and to determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation, developing negotiating strategy, or instructing negotiators with regard to contracting for building code services. Pursuant to CRS 24640224B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving advice on specific legal questions pertaining to the board's budget authority as it relates to sheriff's office, operations, and staff.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye.
Hi. Very good, Peter. That was remarkable. You sounded like an auctioneer.
Would you read the consent agenda too?
All right, motion passes. The board will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. At the conclusion of our executive session, we will return to close out the regular session, but there will be no more agenda items for the day.
Okay, our executive session has concluded. No minutes were kept, no decisions were made. There is no additional business on the agenda. We are adjourned. Thanks, everyone.